regional school committee to order, and because we have some remote participants, we will go around and say we are present. Irv?
Present.
Deb?
Present.
Bridget?
Present.
William?
Present.
Sarah?
Present.
Anna?
Present.
Jennifer?
Present.
And Sarah Bass, present. Okay, so I think next it is a joint meeting with Amherst and Pelham, so we can talk to Ralph and Candace from the I always say it wrong. McPherson and Jacobson regarding our search for a new superintendent. This is the listening session for the school committees as constituents of the superintendent. So if the Amherst chair would like to
Sure.
call the one.
Seeing the presence of a quorum, I'll call the Amherst School Committee to order. It is January 23rd, just for the record, 5:38. All members have already said they are present.
I will call the Pelham School Committee meeting to order at, I'm going to say 5:38. William?
Present.
Marquita?
Present.
Sarah Bass?
Present.
Margaret, present.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so Jennifer, do you want to?
I think you
Keep
can
this
turn it
up?
over
Okay.
to Ralph
So-
and Candace.
Thank you, Ralph and Candace, so much for joining us tonight. Would you take it away?
Very good. So we've met some of you, but we do want to reintroduce ourselves to those we have met and then introduce ourselves to the others and then proceed with tonight's meeting. My name is Dr. Ralph Ferry. I'm with McPherson and Jacobson, Director of the Eastern Region, and I've been working with your district for basically a couple months now. And I'm a retired superintendent from New Jersey and New York. I had the pleasure of finishing my career in Long Island, serving as superintendent in the Sewantica Central High School District, a regional district composed of 5 central high schools, 7 through 12, and we had 4 regional elementary districts that sent to our district. So some similarities in terms of what you have in your district. And so Candace?
Hi, I'm Dr. Candace Finan. I've been with Pearson and Jacobson for about 12 years, 11, 12 years. I took some time off. I was the chief recovery officer for the state of Pennsylvania for about 4.5 years. My district was primarily the entire county of Pike County in Pennsylvania. We had about 6,000 students, 9 buildings, and I built actually 28 either buildings or additions onto schools. When I first became superintendent, we had 1,600 students and we grew to 6,000 students. So we were about 78 miles west of Manhattan. So that was the attraction. We're here. I will be the scribe. I'll be recording your answers, and Ralph will be asking your questions.
Thank you both.
So let me just tell you where we are at right at this point. We've conducted 5 meetings so far, and we've met many wonderful, engaged community members and faculty members from your community and your district. And we also had the opportunity to speak with several students early on, and we're really starting to get some wonderful information and some extremely valuable insights into your district and your communities. So we are going to ask you the same 4 questions we've asked the other groups, and we will report them out as, in general, as committee members told us. For instance, we've told the parents that we do the same. Parents told us, community members, administrators, teachers, etc. And then at the conclusion of our work in terms of the stakeholder meetings, which is Sunday, we have 2 meetings tomorrow night and 2 on Thursday night, another on Saturday morning and another on Sunday. We will compile all that information. Concurrently, the stakeholder online survey is on your website, and it is in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and it is asking the same 4 questions we're asking in our stakeholder meetings. Once we get all that information together, we will collate it, put together an executive summary, and then share it with you at a meeting, on another meeting that we will have in the very near future, and ask you to post that information on your website, and we will post it on our website as well, so that we can share it with potential applicants. I just did receive notification from our home office yesterday that we did send out 2,100 emails to prospective candidates throughout the country as well to advertise the position. So we've been very engaged in working to get applicants. It's a little early on in terms of the application pool at this point, and we will keep you posted as those applicants are within our application system. So the first 2 questions are, we'd like to start on the positive, because it really helps us recruit when we speak with candidates who may have interest in the position, who may not be aware specifically of your location, your community, and although we have a really good sense of that recently, but the first question is, if I was from New York, New Jersey, or Pennsylvania, or another location in Massachusetts, not totally familiar with the Amherst area, what would attract me? What are the positive aspects of living in one of your communities?
Jennifer.
Great question. First, just a point of order. I just want to clarify for Ralph and Candace, just so you understand what you're looking at. The camera that shows you our faces is right in front of us, but the screen where we see your faces is like over there. So if we're looking over there, it's because we're looking at your faces. Just so you can be reoriented, okay? Because it can be weird when you're on this side. Okay, it's a great question. So what I love to say about this area we call the Pioneer Valley, what I love about the Pioneer Valley is that so there's the 5 colleges. There's many colleges in this area, but there's the 5 colleges that we refer to. It's UMass Amherst, Amherst College, Hampshire College, Mount Holyoke College, and Smith College. And because of those 5 colleges and all the other colleges in this area, I think we have all the interesting people and events and culture and art that you would find in a city. But we also have like hiking and nature and cows. And sometimes I'm late for work because I'm driving behind a tractor. Like I feel like it's the best of both worlds. It's like all of the interesting things that you find in a city, but also all of the natural and things that you'd find in a rural community.
Thank you. And that's something we've heard consistently from all groups. Yes.
Marquita?
I would like to second Jennifer, and I'd like to say, growing up in this community, I'd like to say what attracts people is the diversity. It's the welcoming community that Amherst brings, the Pioneer Valley brings, because it's not just Amherst, it's the surrounding communities as well. It's the understanding, it's the nurturing that's provided in this area, and the support.
Anna?
And just to add to that, I think, I'm a recent transplant from Washington, D.C., and one of the things that attracted us to this area is the fact that there is sort of a bubble of diversity around, especially UMass, and that it's even in Northampton or Shutesbury or some of the surrounding hill towns and the other towns very close to here, you don't see as much diversity as you do in Amherst itself, and so that's definitely something that was attractive to us.
Thank you.
Yes, I think one of the more important things, at least to me, is for the potential candidate to realize a saying in Amherst that the only thing silent in Amherst
Is the
The age.
So, we pride ourselves in being really engaged. Additionally, Amherst has a reputation as every individual has 5 or more different opinions. We all conflict with each other, but that does not mean they will not be expressed. I think it's important for any superintendent to realize that that is a really great thing about this community. But as with any great thing, it's also a really bad thing.
Sarah?
Thank you.
I would add that it's also, the landscape is very beautiful. Hills to the valley, to the Connecticut River. There's still quite a bit of farming. So we have the academia and we have the farming and everything in between, logging. Let's see. Three of those the 5 colleges that Jennifer mentioned are in our district. So our community, or maybe I should say, but our community is maybe more diverse than you would expect. We certainly have a lot of academic folks and also working class people. It's also very linguistically diverse, and part of that, or maybe a lot of it, is due to the universities, but tremendous number of languages spoken in the schools and in the area, kids and families from all over. So it's a little town in Western Mass, but really quite the melting pot.
I'm going to add that our restaurants are really good. And for the quality of food that you are getting, they're inexpensive compared to like what you would get in a city, right? So we have so much farm to table, and that is clearly a thing that's important to people in the community, and because we have so much farming, and it shows through our restaurants and also I would say the availability of interesting different kinds of foods and different kinds of markets, which it's just another piece of diversity, but it's like, my favorite thing to do when you go travel is to eat your way through wherever it is, and I feel like you can learn a lot about it somewhere from that. So I think that's definitely a positive. Anna?
So the other thing is, it's like 2 hours from Boston. It's 1 hour, a little over an hour to Western Massachusetts, places like Tanglewood and Massamoka, and so there's a lot of art in the area as well. I went to Williams College, and the art per capita in Williamstown is higher than any other place in the United States, apparently. So, because there's not much per capita, not many capita, but the art is actually wonderful, and Williams has one of the best art history programs. So there's that, and then for me personally, it was really important to be near high quality medical care, and so having Boston be that close, if you needed something very serious, it's not that far away, and it's a little bit of a pain, but if you really need it, it's not. So.
Deb?
I don't know if this falls under the first question. Would you mind telling us the 4 questions that we're going to be asked?
Well, after this, we're going to tell us all the wonderful aspects, programs, et cetera, that the school district has to offer that would attract the candidate.
So I'm going to hold my answer for number 2 then.
I might have a bridge answer that sort of bridges those two, which is I think that we're a place in terms of public policy and public education that you can really have an idea or a set of ideas, find like-minded folks in the community, and make things happen. So our community has a CRESS, First Responders Alternative to Policing, for example, which is a really cutting-edge type of program. And similarly, I think we have many programs in the schools that are like that, from our restorative justice programs to our dual language immersion programs. And so if somebody brings a passion for really making an impact, I think that they could find a place to make things happen.
Thank you. I guess that's a good transition to question 2, if we could go to having a conversation about the positive aspects and programs of the district.
Positive aspects of the program in the district and the school?
Can I offer what would be a
Programs,
bridging?
offerings, what does the district have to offer its students?
Sarah?
Well, I can transform what I would have said to 1 into an answer for 2. A very progressive educational program. And I think it's very important that applicants understand that. I think the community strongly supports our progressive values, and we're trying to do better. We need to do better, but they're pretty fundamental.
Anna?
So I think this is accurate, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like a very large proportion of the community attends the public schools in this area. And there's only a small fraction of the students that decide to go to a private school instead. And there are students who do go to private schools, but I would say there is a very large portion of the population that does attend the public schools, which I think is a positive thing.
Yes.
Definitely.
One,
Margaret?
I would like to say that I value the fact that our students, in addition to their academic work, have the opportunity to immerse themselves in art and music. We have and theater. We have very strong programs in all three of those areas.
Irv?
yeah, one of the things that is important and that is a positive for Amherst, but really important for a potential superintendent candidate to understand and know is that Amherst is of the school population, is over 20% are in special education. That is a strength. That is also an attractive feature for a lot of parents. And it is something that I consider to be a very strong point, but it's also something that that is really important for a superintendent to know.
Jennifer?
One program that I think makes us unique is the Caminantes program in the Amherst Elementary Schools, which is a Spanish dual language immersion program. It's K through 4 right now and expanding up to fifth grade and possibly beyond that. And it's I think it's a draw for students in our district. And then in addition, at all levels, but particularly at the secondary level, I wanted to mention our staff is fantastic. Our teachers are passionate and creative and bring their whole selves to their work. A few years ago, we had most years, not every year, high school teachers present to the school committee new courses that they want to offer, and there was one a couple years ago. It was a disability justice literature course in the English department, and this one teacher in particular spent a year researching literature by writers with disabilities, and researched all the books and a lot of the literature in that area, and created a class, and it was just really really powerful, and it's I believe a class for an optional class for 10th graders, and so that's just one example of the kinds of diverse programming that we offer.
Deb?
I'd like to say that in addition to the wonderful educators we have in all our schools, we have a very strong team in all the buildings. Administrators, paraprofessionals, clerical workers, everybody really believes in the success and contributes to the success and well-being of all our students. Coaches, it just runs throughout the whole buildings.
Irv?
Yeah, something that shouldn't be forgotten and would be good for the superintendent to understand is that every person on the school committee is an elected person from the towns that can comprise the regional school district to Amherst, and that they are always competitive elections. No one sitting here has come to the position without competition.
Sarah?
I don't know if this is unusual, because I had one child and this is where she went, so I can't compare. And I don't remember my own school. But our district and our elementary schools go to great lengths to support every student. We have a lot of English language learners, even outside the dual Spanish-English curriculum that Jennifer mentioned. kids who struggle for various reasons, and maybe need not only or not academic support, but also socio-emotional learning and counseling. And so there's, I think, an extensive network of supports for students. It isn't just education, sink or swim in your classes.
I will add that I think there is a focus on the whole child, right? So that them as whole, full, complete people. So they're having support, you know. It is equally important for someone to thrive in English and in math or in their art class or in their sport that they choose, right? So like there's a value put on all of those things and supports around to help kids be them best selves. We can do better, but you know, the groundwork is there. And I think the people's hearts are in the right place about, you know, continuing to work on those things.
Okay, so let's go to
I got one more.
question 3.
Oh, hold on, can we have one more?
Oh, we have
Sorry.
another, we have another?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was trying to look up our mission statement, but I think I'll just wing it. So I think our mission statement as a district is something we really try to live, which other members have touched upon. But it's, you know, it's a school district committed to academic excellence for every student in a culture that values diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there might be some other categories in there, but that's, you know, that's the every child part. That's all the pieces. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. So question 3. Now we go on to some other questions that everyone wants us to get to when we've had our meetings. So what are going to be the challenges and issues that the next superintendent of schools is going to have to address if that individual is going to be, and this is what's important, if that individual is going to be successful in the position?
Bridget?
I just start out by saying I think that we are just experiencing a time where there's a lot of division in town. And so we really need someone who's strong at building bridges and working, especially someone who can have a lot of cultural competence and competence in all the different types of diversity that we see within the student body, in a way that helps everyone feel welcome and like they belong, but also really that they feel heard when they come to the table. Someone who brings that type of perspective is going to be important for us at this particular moment.
Anna?
And I would just add to that, not just the students, but also the staff. And I think right now we're really needing someone who can heal, bring together, and be improve transparency and trust within the system. We've had, you know, obviously everybody knows about the scandals and issues that have happened, but so I think the challenge for the superintendent is building those bridges, building the trust back, and making everybody feel welcome and included again.
Marquita?
We need someone with good old-fashioned work ethics. We need somebody with integrity. We need somebody with a backbone who can speak for themselves and stand up for their community and vouch for everyone. Somebody who has an open lens, who is open-minded, accepting, and deliberate.
So let me help you here. So many of your answers are going to question 4, which is what are the characteristics, traits, qualities, experiences that the next educational leader is going to have to be successful. But what we'd really like to do is hone in on question 3 specifically in terms of those challenges. For instance, the challenge that you just talked about in terms of perhaps a division in the community and trust issues, and they may revolve around some of the stuff that occurred in the springtime, okay, which we're fully aware of. So that would be very helpful if you can just focus on those challenges. And we're hearing you about the qualities, and we'll get them down as well.
Margaret?
I think that we have some facilities challenges that are going to have to be dealt with. The school buildings are aging and money is not plentiful. And I think someone who can think about things like perhaps bringing the two middle school and high school together so that we're not having to maintain two buildings. We have the new elementary school, which is going to be coming online, and a track and field project, which is perhaps at the beginning stages. So somebody who has some familiarity with the physical plant involved in the school.
Anna?
I was going to get to some of those things as well, but also, so there's the infrastructure issues, there's this tight budget, and then there's, in addition, so I think I touched on this a little bit earlier, but in addition to the challenges with adequately serving our trans students, there is definitely an issue with race right now, and I can only speak for the last 2 years. So, but what I would say is the superintendent will need to address feelings of bias, feelings of discrimination, feelings of lack of inclusion among the staffing, especially the staff at the schools, but also the students.
Sarah?
I think the financial stresses are becoming more acute every year. And of course, well, there's never a good time to have budget pressures, but I feel that at the secondary level, it's hard. It may be hard to retain the variety of courses and challenging courses that will keep students from going to a public school or going to a private school or to a charter school. I mean, we have to serve all students, right? And we are spending a lot of effort and money, as we should, supporting those who need the most help. But we don't want to forget about our high achievers and keeping a challenging curriculum for them. I would also say for the Amherst elementary schools, we are going to have to move our sixth graders out of the elementary school buildings and into the middle school. And that the way forward with that is unclear, but there's a very real deadline. And so the superintendent will not be able to ignore that when he or she arrives. That's enough for the moment. Thank you.
Deb?
Yeah, I have a whole list. So I think we really need somebody who can deal with different opinions in a team building way, but still really in a leadership way. So we have a lot of strong-minded people in all parts of our community, and a top-down approach to management will not work. But then also somebody without a really clear, articulated, measurable, enforceable vision is going to be the person that we're looking for. But beyond that, we have communication, room for improvement with communication. I'm sure that's always the case within any relationship, but within our community and between all aspects of the schools and our community, there's some work to be done in that area, including the voices that aren't normally heard. We have many loud, strong opinions, but we also have people who don't necessarily come forward, and their opinions are important as well, of course.
Irv?
Yeah, when I started thinking about characteristics for a superintendent coming into this situation, one of my careers was spent as a management consultant. And a company would only bring me in when there was in crisis, either having financial difficulty, governance issues, employee issues, etc. So one of the things that I felt that I needed, and I feel that the superintendent needs in this particular situation, is the ability to hit the ground running and being a diagnostician in terms of quickly diagnosing what the issues are and the impact on the various constituencies, including staff, teachers, students, and the community, and quickly engaging them into a process to come up with a plan so that they all feel included and that the superintendent clearly has a path forward that he clearly articulates to the community after those kinds of interventions and meetings.
All right, I have William next.
So I would say one of the challenges we have is I feel like we have throughout the last year or so that we have set up a culture that tolerates bullying. And I feel like we really need to address that and make sure that we change our cultural feels of the buildings to not tolerate bullying. And I think we have to look at our discipline and our restorative justice practices and how that helps the situations, but also how that hinders and promotes bullying and doesn't protect the kids getting bullied. So I think it is a big challenge for us to really look at the culture that tolerates bullying in our buildings and how we can change that.
Bridget, did you?
Yeah. So I just wanted to come back to the academics for a minute, and Sarah spoke for high achieving learners, but I think one thing we notice is that despite the really positive vision for equity and inclusion, that we have a lot of disparities that fall along lines of difference, whether it's free lunch versus not free lunch, or along racial lines, or special ed students versus others, in our MCAS scores and the percentages that are in rigorous versus non-rigorous classes in the high school, et cetera. And someone who was willing to come in with an equity lens and do work on those really important issues and find ways that the high achievers can be all of our students, not just, let's say, a wealthy white subset of our students. That's not universal, but I think across the board, the patterns show us that that's a trend we'd love to see improvement in.
Jennifer?
So I'm going to go back to the trust topic, and I'm just going to be blunt and say that this district has a trust issue, and that trust has been breached on multiple levels and in multiple ways. I think there are families who no longer feel the district can or will protect their child, and I think there are staff who also don't trust that the district will treat them appropriately, treat them fairly. I think we have trust issues. So I think, I don't want to scare anyone off. And I've been saying all along that I know the right person for this district is out there, someone who will see this as an opportunity and someone who will be drawn by the opportunities and the challenges that are here. I think that the person, a new superintendent coming here from outside of the district, I don't think that person can assume that they will have the default trust of all of the community and staff. I think they're going to have to earn people's trust. And again, I think that's something, hopefully, that someone will see as a challenge that they want to undertake. Because I definitely want whoever comes here to come here with eyes wide open and to see all the wonderful things that we have in this district and this community, but also that there are challenges that really need someone special to be up to them.
All right. Fourth question?
So the fourth question, many of you have already answered, but if there's anything that anyone would like to add to the qualities, characteristics, experiences that this individual should have if the person is going to be successful.
Anna?
So I think we've touched on this a little bit, but they really do need to be a good communicator. They need to be able to communicate their views. They need to be able to alert parents when there's issues. They need to be able to communicate why they're making decisions and what those decisions are and what the implications of those decisions are, and really just keep things transparent and fully informed and do it in a way that is both accurate but also understandable and relatable. Because I think that there has been a difficulty in getting that kind of information from the leadership, and we need to do better.
William?
I would say we need a leader who can stand up with the queer community and not be afraid to do that.
Sarah?
I think we need a superintendent who will insist on accountability throughout the chain of administration and staff, and I guess trust but verify. And make, yeah, that's all.
Margaret? Oh, did you not have your hand up?
No, but I did want to say something. Jennifer.
Oh, sorry.
I think this person needs to be able to build a strong administrative team that works together.
Jennifer?
Picking up on what Anna said about communication, not only I think is it important for the person to have good communication skills, but to have the mindset of making communication a priority. Like when, I don't know, something happens or there's some news or announcement to be made, like who needs to be communicated with, who needs to be notified, and like in what order, families, staff, students, et cetera. So I think that having that default mindset of communicating. The other thing I wanted to say is I would love to find someone who has the lived experience of having a marginalized identity, whether that's race, sexual orientation, gender, religion, like whatever. There's many ways to be marginalized in our world, right? Like I would love to see someone who has that lived experience of having a marginalized identity.
Yeah, sometimes when I listen to all the wants and desires of a superintendent that we're talking about, it sounds to me like we want the person to be able to walk on water but not drink it. And that, in some cases, that may be appropriate. But I think that I really want a person who is able and has the ability to stand, look at everything that's in this community, process it, reach out across all the constituencies, come up with a plan, be involved, and more importantly, this person has to, from day one, communicate the community confidence, that person has the confidence that they can solve the issues that are before this school system.
Deb?
And let's not lose track of the fact that these are academic institutions, and we have primary school and secondary school, and we need demonstrated strength and leadership in all areas of those programs.
Sarah?
Yes, I was going to say we're not just hiring a manager, but an educational leader. So we need someone who also has a vision for education of our student body for the next, 10 years. Like what do the graduates 5-8 years from now, what are they going to need? How should we be moving our program forward to meet the needs of the kids in the future too?
Right. So you're here till 6:30, right?
Well, we can, that's pretty inclusive.
Yeah.
I'll take the time a little bit just to make a few comments in terms of what I've heard from you, and since we're halfway through the stakeholder meetings, what we've heard. And Candace, please jump in. Sure. But and I'm going to go based on what you just, some of the information that you just provided us in terms of being spot on. You talked about development of a leadership team. And we know that you're at a point now where there's going to be decisions made whether to fill positions or perhaps wait for the next superintendent to fill positions. I think that's accurate, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Yes.
Could you speak up a little bit more, Ralph?
Yes. So I think you're, from what we've heard, you're at a point, you've spoken about developing a leadership team.
Oh, no.
At the time now that you're considering potentially filling some positions, and it would, if possible, for the new superintendent to fill those positions would be beneficial. Also, Mr. Rhodes mentioned diagnostics, and one of the things that we do, as you know, is we will come in phase 5 and work with you and your new superintendent in goal development, et cetera. But we do also have some partnerships with our firm, and K-12 Innovate is one of them, and they do a phenomenal job and phenomenal work in diagnostics very early on in terms of when a new superintendent comes in, so we can talk about that. But Dr. Finan, you want to add anything to?
Well, I would just like to add that a couple things that you said were echoed by your staff and by your students about the outstanding programs, about progressive, it's very progressive education in your schools, the courses. If someone's interested, there's an interest, they build a course. That's was meaningful to the students, also meaningful to the staff. So I think your program will sell themselves to a new superintendent, progressive education, and having the vision of where we go from here in the future, as you just mentioned, something of interest to both students and to the staff. The issue that I think communication is always going to be the number one issue for any superintendent in its but that embracing the diversity that you had is going to take a special person to be able to do that and make people feel valued and feel heard. And we've heard that at all levels. We heard that from your special education parents. By the way, they spoke very highly of your special ed programs, particularly the Ames program. They're very pleased. So you're doing great work. Now, a lot of what you mentioned, heard already. I think that's good.
Excellent. So we do have the 3 separate school committees here. I didn't know if there was anything that was specific to Amherst or Pelham that we wanted to make sure to fold in to all of this really good information that we talked about as a district as a whole.
Sure. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Redistricting. So that's going to be something that has to take place before 2026, before the fall of 2026 in the Amherst School District.
Yeah, because they have a new school building.
Yes. Having been involved in redistricting myself, and also having been involved in bringing 6th graders to a 7-8 school, those are both very sensitive and challenging issues that a process must be put in place that is inclusive of your community, so that there's the appropriate interaction, transparency, et cetera, for that to be successful.
And if I might add, because I've done the same thing as a superintendent many times, that's a very highly emotional issue, all different ways. And so if you're talking by 2026, this new superintendent has to start that process immediately. It's going to really take a lot of work because it takes time, as Ralph and I know from our own experiences.
Yeah, just as a reminder, it's only right now, there's 4 towns. 4 towns. Right now, only one of them is going to send the 6th graders to the middle school.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you know, depending on the superintendent and what their views are and how they work with the other towns, you know, it could come later, it could never come, and so it's just to be aware that there are 4 towns that are involved, and right now, only one of them is transitioning, and because it's a regional school system, that adds a level of complication.
So if I can comment on that, that in itself becomes complex.
Yeah.
Let me explain why. Because when those students become 7th graders, it's a very different experience going from 6th to 7th grade if you're within a middle school than going from 6th to 7th grade from elementary to a middle school. And that's all got to be taken into consideration, because then you're going to have kids that have students who are going to have different experiences. So that's an excellent point and something to think about.
Margaret?
So I'm from one of those towns, and I think the decision in our town will not be based solely on, budget is going to come into play at some point because our student populations are continuing to decrease. Our town we have more school choice students than we do resident students. So that conversation in our town is going to probably, almost certainly involve budget.
Complex.
Complicated.
Just to refine that, the plan is for the 6th grade to be in the same building, but not part of the same school. It's an independent school.
That
Okay.
is not
thank-
established yet.
It's also like not necessarily what we need to have right here, right?
Well,
Like,
there are
Right.
options. There's a,
there,
yeah.
the 6th grade is going to have to be in the middle school, and how it's going to look is
Right.
going to have a lot to do with what our next phase looks like. All right, I
Well, we're
think.
kind of getting off topic, but we'll be able to perhaps give some suggestions and help in that area. So Mr. Rhodes has his
I
hand
think-
up, and then I
Yeah.
think we have to
And
wrap
then I
this
think
up.
we have to say goodbye.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right, so just you know, I was once I was a member of the school committee when we both closed an elementary school and redistricted. And if you want to be in a situation where no one likes you, that was it. And so for the new superintendent to understand some of the emotional and logistical issues that are going to be faced by Amherst in particular, in terms of redistricting, is really important to understand.
Right.
Well, I think one of the complicating factors is that you don't have an underlying element of trust. We've heard that all over with all the committees. So that's going to add to that issue, that complex issue of redistricting.
I'm really grateful to hear that comment because you're hearing from all different segments of the community in real time. And we have surmised that there was a lot of difficulty in relationship to our constituents relating to the schools and the controversies there. And it's really good to refresh our memory that those things have not gone away.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to conclude, and thank you for participating in this process tonight. I would like to compliment you as committee members, because this is courageous to permit us to go through and have all these conversations with various community members, members of your district, and we'll be reporting that out to you probably in a few weeks. And I would also like to, and I know on behalf of both of us, thank Jennifer and her subcommittee, because they've really helped make our job easier in terms of all the logistics and the communications, and we really appreciate it.
And I would like to add Debbie too, because
And Debbie,
really.
Debbie also, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you all.
Thank you,
so much
Ralph
for
and
joining
Candace.
us.
We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
I move to adjourn the Pelham School Committee. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Can we do that?
Yep.
Okay, we're adjourned.
I move to adjourn the Amherst School Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Deb, I think we need a roll call vote because one of our members is attending virtually. Irv,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
and I vote yes. We are adjourned.
All right, thank you for joining us. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. So.
Sarah Marshall,
Present, excuse me, present.
we're all present. Thank you.
Bridget.
Present.
I thought it said Bridget.
All right, so all right. I'm trying to do the screencasting part tonight, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time for it being probably less than excellent. Okay, so first up is our update from the search committee for new superintendent.
Subcommittee for a new.
Oh, yes, sorry.
It's fine. I can give
Yes.
the update. Can you show the memo?
I can try.
Okay, so this is very exciting. So I sent you all a memo, and it was posted publicly. And so I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it, but I'm just gonna go through the highlights. So the subcommittee for a new superintendent met on January 17th in a public meeting, and we came up with a list of 20 recommended members of the search committee. So just to summarize, we had 56 applicants, which is fantastic. I didn't know how many applicants to expect, but I was really pleased at the number of applicants we received. So as you all know, each applicant filled out the form, which asked them to indicate their affiliation with any one of 40 categories. And they also were invited to write a statement about what they believe they would bring to the search. And you can view all the names of the applicants and their statements in the other document, which you don't have to show now, but the other document that I sent to you and that's posted on board docs. So the SNS's goal was to fill the 20 seats of the search committee with members such that each of the 40 categories was represented by at least one person. With a few exceptions, we decided to have 2 Amherst Regional High School students, and we had 1 seat for a member of the community who was not a parent or guardian of a student and not a district employee. And the thinking there is that there are parents of graduates who have gone through the system and are invested and live in Amherst and are invested in the community, live in one of the towns or invested in the community, and parents of children who are not yet in the district. So we wanted to reserve a seat for someone who filled that criteria. So when we went through the process of viewing the applications and randomly picking members, which I'll describe in a second, we assigned numbers to the applicants. So we did not use applicant names during the meeting. This was done because we had told applicants we wouldn't publish the boxes that they checked, because some of that information is confidential and we didn't want to reveal the boxes that a certain person checked. So we use applicant numbers instead of names during the process, which means that the process was completely anonymized. We didn't look at names or know any names when we were going through the process. So just to start off, of the 40 categories, 4 of them were not checked by any applicant, and they're listed here. ARPS building principal, identify as Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, member of UFCW, which is our food service union, and Summit Academy parent or guardian. So of the 56 people, nobody checked those boxes, so those categories won't be able to be filled. the other 36 categories were filled by at least one person. So this is the general process we use to pick members. First, there were 5 categories that were only checked by one person. So we automatically put that person on the list since we want to have representation in all the categories. And of the remaining categories, we sorted them in random order, and we went through, and with the first category, we picked one person at random. And we used the rand between function in Google Sheets. It's just like you just put in rand between like 1 and 25, and it spits out a random number for you. So we didn't literally draw names out of a hat, but we used the Google Sheets random function. So we took the first category and we randomly selected a person who met that category. Then we looked at what other categories that person checked, and we considered those categories to be filled. And then we repeated that process for all of the unfilled categories until all the categories were filled. And at that point, we had not yet selected 2 high school students. We had only selected 1, so we randomly chose another high school student. And also at that point, we hadn't selected an applicant who was a community member, a resident of one of the 4 towns, but not a parent guardian of a student and not a district employee. So we went through and figured out how many people met their criteria, and we randomly selected one of them. So at that point, we had selected 15 members. So 15 people filled all 36 categories. But we have a 20-member search committee. So of the remaining 41 members who had not been selected, we chose 5 at random to fill the remaining 5 seats, giving us a list of 20 members. So then we had a list of 20 numbers, because we used numbers, not names. And so then we set aside the boxes, and then we just generated a list of the names that corresponded with each number. Any questions?
Do you want to scroll up with the names?
Sure. So yeah, so then this is the list of names of the 20 people in alphabetical order. I'll give you guys a chance to soak it in. And so these 20 people, as I said, represent, all of them represent, or at least one of them represents 36 categories. And I've listed the 36 categories here because it's the 40 categories on the survey minus the 4 that there were no applicants for. So you can keep scrolling just till we get to the end of categories. And you guys have probably seen these categories before. This is just a reminder.
Sorry.
Any questions about that? Does any SNS member want to chime in?
Did you mention that when we were looking through the categories, we randomized the order of the categories, and
I did mention that, but it was fast. So once we filled the 5 slots of people for whom those 5 categories only had one person, then we looked at the remaining categories and we put them in random order. And that's how we went through.
I just want to say I appreciate you using a random number selection. So the names and the boxes and all of those pieces were all kept separately. So I feel like there was, as little input or bias that could be happening. So I appreciate you guys doing that.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that we did it.
Sarah?
That was heroic undertaking.
Oh, by the way, it took 3 hours. By the way, I should have said.
Good for you all. I'm curious, did these personal statements come into the decisions at all?
Yes and no. We all read the personal statements ahead of time, and I read the personal statements with the mindset of, I'm looking for any red flags. I didn't see any red flags, but that was my mindset. So, and then aside from that, we didn't associate the personal statements with the people during the process because we wanted to keep it anonymous. So we did read the statements, but they didn't, the things a person said or how well they said it didn't factor into our decisions. I mean, just for me, I feel like if you had a great answer to that question, what do you think you can bring to the superintendent search? That's great, but not everyone can express themselves well in writing. And yeah, I mean, I feel like with this committee this size, I feel like we want a mix of people who have a lot of experience doing this and people who don't have any experience.
Thank you. Any more questions?
So one,
Anna?
I would say one other thing is, and we're gonna come to it in just a second, but we did use it to, we read some of the statements to think about who might be a good person to lead the committee. And just to make sure that, we don't nominate a leader who clearly doesn't have said anything about, I don't know how to say this right.
I
We
am
didn't
going to
really,
push
I'm
back,
gonna
and I
say-
disagree with that. I don't think we took into account the statements at all when we talked about the co-chair, which I can talk about the co-chair recommendation
maybe
next,
not.
but
I
Didn't
agree
really
with
come into-
that.
at
I
the
don't-
end of the day.
I don't
it was
recall
long, it was a
any,
long night.
any discussion.
It was a long night.
Okay, so
We
I'll
did
just
read them, but.
we did read them, yeah. I'll go on to the next part of our recommendation, which is that we recommend that the search committee have co-chairs. And we recommend one appointed co-chair, one co-chair that's appointed by the joint committees, and one co-chair that's elected by search committee members. And so our suggested appointed co-chair is Sarah Marshall, and we've spoke with Sarah, and she has agreed to serve as co-chair if the joint committees so approve. The idea is that the co-chair would be the co-chairs would be the ones to interface with McPherson and Jacobson. The co-chairs would facilitate the meetings, and meetings with 20 people is going to be no easy feat. And the co-chairs would also be the ones to present to the joint committees the finalist recommendations when the committee completes its work. And I'll just add, I mean, maybe many of us may have had experience on search committees before. I have had some experience. I have had some experience being on search committees at UMass, and I've also just watched how UMass does searches, and not that we should mimic what they're doing, but it's typical for the hiring authority, which is us, to appoint the search committee and to appoint a chair. It seems a normal practice, if not a practice for every search committee. But we figured by having Sarah as the appointed co-chair and then having an elected co-chair that the search committee members would elect, the two co-chairs running the search committee together would be very democratic, but also give us a contact, a contact with the search committee. So that is our recommendation, the 20 names and Sarah Marshall as the co-chair.
And we picked her because she's a school committee member.
Yes, we picked her because she's a school committee member. She's
Not because of your statement.
She's the school committee, the only school committee member on the 20 members. Oh,
No, two. There's two school committee members.
So you'll see Marquita Abels-Conyers' names on there. She did apply, but the box on the form was regional school committee member or Union 26 member. And Marquita is not a member of either of those two school committees, just to clarify. She is a member of the Pelham School Committee. So we have a proposed motion for you. I also wanted to mention that we sent a courtesy email to the 56 applicants letting them know that we were going to be discussing this today and that the memo had been posted. And we let them know that it wasn't final until the joint committees voted. We did hear back from one person who is on the list who has withdrawn due to personal reasons. So, and we expect, or it's possible that when these 20 people are contacted, others of them may decline. We're going to offer them a seat, they may decline. So what I want to ask of the joint committees is to empower the SNS to select a replacement using the random process we used if a person's offered a seat and declines and they're the only representative of a box and there are other people who represent that category. Not if they are not the one person that represents a box. And obviously not if there's no one else who represents that box. And I'm talking about right now when we offer someone a seat and they decline. If during the process any search committee member drops out for whatever reason, I don't think we would recommend replacing them midway through. But at this point, when we're seating people, I would recommend, we were asking the joint committees to empower the SNS to fill that slot if, as I said, I'll repeat it again, if that person is offered a seat and declines and they are the only representative in one of the categories and there are other people available in that category.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I would just move to say that we should try to keep it at 20 to start with. And so if anyone backs out, I think we should look at replacing them and starting the committee with a full slate of 20.
Sarah?
When does the search committee start? Is it start tonight once we vote, or after the application window
There's
closes?
no,
or-
there's no official date that we've established. The application window, I believe, is going to close mid to late February. So the committee's work would begin then. The committee would begin their process of reviewing applications then. I would think the committees should meet before then to meet each other, get their charge. We're going to talk about the charge, talk about what their responsibilities are, meet with McPherson and Jacobson. There's going to be some expectations of committee members, such as they're going to need to keep all the information confidential, completely confidential. And the committee will need to talk amongst themselves about meeting times and logistics and all that stuff. So there's no date, but like soon.
Deb?
In the last meeting, when we had talked about selection of the subcommittee, we had talked about a lottery system. And so I just want to point out that I created a program which yielded almost identical results, a randomized system. So as far as I can tell, there's a lot of overlap. But when you're trying to fill a committee with so many categories, you wind up with the same profile. So that said, and it's fine that the lottery system wasn't used, but from a kind of going back to the community point of view, it will be more challenging to explain this process than it would have been had that system been used. And certainly going forward, perhaps in the interest of kind of clarity and communication, transparency, trust, all those things, we should think about improving on that.
Tillman?
First, I want to apologize for joining late. Second, I would like to move that the Regional School Committee approve the Superintendent Search Committee membership and co-chair as recommended by the Subcommittee for a new superintendent, and that they be empowered to identify replacements as necessary.
I will second that for the region. And we have to take a roll.
Discussion.
Is there any discussion? Nope. Okay. So roll call vote. Irv?
Is this for the region?
This is for the region.
Yes. Yes, for Irv.
Deb?
Aye.
Bridget?
Aye.
William?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tillman?
Aye.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And Sarah Vess, aye. So 9-0-0. It passes unanimously.
So can I make a motion to pass the same motion for Union 26?
Yes, you may.
I second.
So it's been second. So all those in favor? William?
Any discussion?
Well, yeah, any discussion? I assume
I
there
vote
isn't.
aye.
William, Sarah Bess,
Sarah Vess, aye.
Margaret,
Margaret, aye.
me, I, Sarah,
Sarah, aye.
Bridget.
Bridget, aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So the next item is the charge for the search committee. And there is a draft charge.
I'm trying.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. That's this. Nope. Next one down. Sorry.
So this is the proposed draft charge that the SNS came up with. The charge is, the Superintendent Search Committee is charged with reviewing all applications for the superintendent position, selecting candidates for for an initial screening interview, conducting the interviews, and selecting 2 to 4 finalists to forward to the regional and Union 26 committees. When evaluating candidates, the search committee will use the minimum and preferred qualifications listed in the job description, the input gathered from the community sessions, and will strive to be aware of and eliminate their own individual biases. I'm actually just realizing now that we talked about adding the thing about how the search committee would elect a co-chair to the draft charge, but it didn't make it into this version. I don't know if that's necessary or not. But anyway, do you know what I mean? Like we're suggesting the search committee
Shall elect.
shall elect a co-chair. So maybe we just add that. And the search committee shall elect a co-chair from amongst their members.
Sarah?
Yeah, I wish I'd thought of this earlier. Somewhere I've seen the schedule for like when their search committee is conducted, you know, we're screening during this period, hopefully do the interviews this time and come back. So at least
Yeah.
tell us where to find those
Yeah.
dates so we know how quickly, or what
Okay.
the deadlines are. Yeah.
Great. The timeline was a working document that I don't think it was officially voted on, but it has the by March 26th. The finalists would be presented, because we have a meeting on we have a regional school committee meeting on March 26th. So by March 26th, the search committee, March 26th or April 9th.
I'll take April 9th. That's 1 month.
So April
to-
9th.
Okay.
Okay. And I just wanted to point out that we came up with 2 to 4 finalists because we figured at least 2 or 3, and then we just sort of rounded up to 4 in case there were multiple candidates who were appealing. Sorry, I just wanted to see. I must have posted an older version because I had at one point. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm losing my tabs. I had at one point. Yeah, this must be an older version of the draft. Sorry, I had 2 to 4 finalists unranked to the committee. Like we don't want the search committee to rank the finalists. We want the search committee to just forward us 2 to 4 finalists. So I'm going to add unranked, and I'm going to add the search committee shall elect a co-chair from amongst its members to join the appointed co-chair.
Can you add April 9th?
Sure. Select to forward to the regional and Union 26 school committees by April 9th, 2024.
Tillman?
Is it expected that the search committee provide things like strengths and weaknesses for each of the candidates, or will they be handed over without comment?
That's a good question. We can decide to put that in the charge or not, and then the search committee can decide whether to do that or not.
Deb?
Sorry. Alternatively, or in addition, any use of a rubric would be, if at all possible, helpful to me in interpreting what the search committee provides to this committee.
Jennifer?
So that's a great point. I think a rubric is a really good idea for the search committee to use. I'm going to suggest that the co-chairs develop a rubric using the job posting, but also using the input that McPherson and Jacobson is going to provide us from the community input sessions. McPherson and Jacobson is going to be providing that summary report not just to the school committees, but to the search committee as well, because both bodies need to know what the community is looking for. So I'm going to suggest that would be a great task for the co-chairs to do together.
Just,
Yep.
I'm wondering, you see a lot of searches now difficult to fill, and I think given what we're doing with 20 people coming together, that it would be like just so sad to have a failed search. So I'm wondering about 3 to 4, small amendment, but two candidates coming forward to us may or may not yield a final candidate who we hire.
I'm open to that.
Tillman?
I completely share your concern. But requiring 3 may also lead to the opposite problem,
Yeah.
where there's not enough candidates, and if you have 2 good ones, we still want to be able to interview them.
Fair enough.
Sarah?
Well, somewhere I read that the search committee should contact the applicants who it is considering to be finalists to make sure they still, in fact, wish to stay, are still interested before forwarding the names.
Yeah, I think I said that because the applicants are going to remain confidential until they're announced as finalists or forwarded to these joint committees as finalists, and then their names will be public. And so, because when you're applying for a job, you might not want your current employer to know that you're applying for a job until you're a finalist. So my suggestion was for the co-chairs to work with McPherson and Jacobson. Once the search committee determines finalists, work with McPherson and Jacobson to contact those applicants. Let them know they've been named as a finalist. Let them know their name's going to be published, made public, and make sure they still want to continue. So that was what that was about. I don't think the search committee should contact them. I think that's what we're paying McPherson and Jacobson for.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions and input on this?
So I'm gonna read the charge again with the changes that I'm suggesting. Is that okay?
Yep.
How about this? I move that the regional school committee approve the following draft to the ARPS superintendent search committee. Approve the following charge. The superintendent search committee is charged with reviewing all applications for the superintendent position, selecting candidates for an initial screening interview, conducting the interviews, and selecting 2 to 4 finalists not ranked to forward to the regional and Union 26 committees by April 9th, 2024. When evaluating candidates, the search committee will use the minimum and preferred qualifications listed in the job description, the input gathered from the community sessions, and will strive to be aware of and eliminate their own individual biases. The superintendent search committee shall also elect a co-chair from amongst their members to serve alongside the appointed co-chair.
Oh,
Second.
okay. That was for the region, right? Okay, so we have votes. Okay, so roll call vote. Irv?
Discussion?
Oh, discussion? Yep, sorry. Any discussion? Excellent. Irv?
Aye.
Deb?
Aye.
Bridget?
Aye.
William?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tillman?
Aye.
Jennifer?
Aye.
And Sarah Bass, aye. 9-0-0. It passes unanimously. William? Oh,
Can I pass the same motion for Union 26, identical wording? Move it, sorry.
Second?
So it's been moved and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. So all those in favor, William,
Aye.
Sarah Bess,
Sarah Bass, aye.
Margaret,
Margaret, aye.
Irv, aye. Sarah,
Aye.
and Bridget.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move to adjourn Union 26.
What, is there something?
Nope.
Updates and announcements?
You hear a second?
Oh, sorry, Irv.
The next
So I-
agenda item is whether the chair of Union 26 has any updates.
Oh, wait a minute. If that's the next item on the agenda. Yes, the update is I really wanted to thank the search committee for doing an incredible job. And I really appreciate all the effort that this subcommittee did. And I wanted to congratulate them in a public manner. So thank you very much. That's what my update is.
Yes, thank you.
Now I second.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none. So William,
Aye.
Sarah Bess,
Aye.
Margaret,
Margaret, I.
Irv, I, Sarah,
Aye.
Bridget.
Aye.
Unanimous, we are adjourned.
Thanks for playing. Okay. All right, so first up for Chair's announcement. So I rearranged the agenda a little bit to try and help us finish our meetings, right? We have some things we have to get through and we have keep not being able to finish them. So I'm hoping we can be quick. The other thing is I don't like cutting off discussion. I think it's important that we all have our voices to say things, but I do think we need to be thoughtful and concise in our words and our time management because people don't want to stay here forever. We don't, and it's just too much and it's too long and we're not getting through enough of our work and we have lots of things we need to get through. So don't want to cut people off, but I probably will. So I'm gonna apologize if it comes off rude now, but it's just about like trying to get through our meeting and so we can be more productive with the things we have to get done. And the other thing I wanted to update on, at our last meeting, we talked about at the subcommittee to look at the reports, and there was there were 3 people that were Amherst and 3 people that were Union 26. And I reached out to the Division of Open Government, and to the best of my understanding of her understanding of my question, like we went back and forth on email and it was like a lot. I think we're fine because Amherst School Committee does not have jurisdiction over what happened with those reports by themselves. Also, Union 26 does not, nor are they a quorum of Union 26. So as long as we are focused on our topic, just for that subcommittee, I think we are fine. Okay, so are there any school committee announcements? Jennifer.
So I wanted to announce the remaining community input sessions for the superintendent search. And so these are sessions where any member of the community is invited to attend, and the search firm will ask 4 questions about what you're looking for in a new superintendent. So they'll ask, what's great about living in this area? What's great about your district? What challenges will the next superintendent face? And what characteristics do you want to see in the next superintendent? The remaining sessions are tomorrow. There are 2, one both in person and Zoom, and it's being hosted by the JCA, the Jewish Community of Amherst. Anyone is invited to attend. There's also an online session tomorrow at 7 with a focus on BIPOC families, a session on Thursday at 7 via Zoom with a focus on LGBTQIA+ families, an in-person session on Saturday at 10:30 in the Amherst Regional Middle School Library, and Debbie Westmoreland is facilitating that session, so thank you to Debbie. And a Spanish language session on Sunday, January 28th at 2:30 at the University Village Community Center, and that's free and open to the public, and anyone may attend. Thank you.
Excellent. Did you have a
I actually had a question about the Investigative Reports Committee.
Yep.
Since it's a new committee, there is no chair to organize it. Who should get the ball rolling on that? Just up to us?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all have been blessed to make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah, one thing I will suggest is you connect with Debbie Westmoreland just so that we get the meetings posted and minutes are either tasked with someone on the committee or we find someone to do those minutes and some of that kind of stuff. So check in with her to get started.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, I didn't hear the answer to that particular question in terms of organizing and getting started this investigative reports committee. What was the answer to the question in terms of who's going to call the committee sessions, et cetera?
The committee should talk amongst themselves and decide who's going to do that. I don't think the subcommittee picks as a chair is not a full committee.
There has to be someone to convene this meeting of this group, and I'll just take it upon myself to convene it, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you. All right. warrant reports. Is that William?
Yes, that was approval of minutes, but,
We don't have any minutes to approve.
okay, sorry.
So,
I
see,
have,
flying right through.
we'll be here for a few.
I figured.
Let me pull them up. I have 15.
Yep,
Okay.
I figured.
It's opening, sorry. I, William Scher, authorize my signature payable in the amount of $428,120.52. That was on November 29th, 23. It was for general funds expenses of $428,115.52, revolving fund expenses of $5. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature to the high school transfer request in the amount of $21,663.29 for the transfer request dated November 30th, 23. And it was for other funds. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature the scholarship warrant in the amount of $1,000 for the scholarship warrant dated 12/4/23. On 12/1/23, I, William Scher, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $574,448.91. It includes general fund expenses of $409,473.83, revolving fund expenses of $20,767.34, and grant fund expenses of $132,921.16, and capital of $11,286.58. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature in the amount of, sorry, this one's a little, it doesn't have an amount there. Finally, I authorized the payroll in the amount of $863,745.73 dated 12/13/23. On 12/13/2023, I, William Scher, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $664,599.74. It includes general funds of $664,530.36, revolving fund lunch expenses of $69.38. On 12/14/23, I, William Scher, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $506,453.91, includes general fund expenses of $459.11.10, revolving fund expenses of $22,525.22, grant fund expenses of $25,967.92, and capital of $7,049.67. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature, $846,861.46 dated 12/27/23. It was for payroll, sorry. On 12/27/2023, I, William Scher, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $347,677.34, general funds of $347,292.34, revolving fund expenses of $385. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature in the amount of $797,641.55 for payroll dated 1/10/2024. On 1/5/2024, I, William Schur, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $317,518.64, includes general fund expenses of $213,894.37, revolving fund expenses of $20,068.14, grant fund expenses of $62,016.96, gifts $260, capital $21,279.17. I, William Schur, dated 1/10/24, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $645,820.81, general fund expenses of $647.53.96, revolving fund expenses of $5,066.85. I, William Schur, authorized by my signature in the amount of $551,434.58, dated 1/24/24 for payroll. And finally, today, on 1/23/24, I, William Schur, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $484,150.65. It includes general funds expenses of $415,629.61, revolving fund expenses of $31,132.45, grant fund expenses of $36,605.79, capital of $782.80. That was dated today, 1/23. That's the last one.
Thank you so much. That was a lot. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, next up is gifts. Jennifer.
I move that the Regional School Committee accept the following gift from Middle School Student Council number 1508 to support Class of 2027 bench donated to the MS for front entrance and ADA accessible for a total of $1,096.54.
Thank you. I will second that. Owen, Irv, are you still here? Okay.
Yes.
Roll call vote. Irv?
Yes,
We are moving to accept the gifts.
and I'm answering in the
Oh, yes,
affirmative.
okay. Sorry, thank you. Deb?
Deb, aye.
Bridget?
Aye.
William?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tillman?
Aye.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And Sarah Bass, aye. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Our public comment. I did not receive any voicemail or written public comment, so if you would like to come and make public comment.
Hello, Keith McFarland, English teacher at the high school and APA representative. And we would just like to take a moment to recognize the newly elected members of the school committee. APA would like to thank you for your service. We appreciate your hard work for the community. We have some difficult work that's going to be coming up. Contract next year, new superintendent, working to get a new building. However, we really appreciate your service and we look forward to working with you.
Excellent. Thank you. Was there?
I don't have a comment, but I have.
Oh.
These were dropped off by Steve Sullivan, our former Shutesbury rep. He made these for you guys as cheat sheets.
As cheat sheets.
So he asked that I give them to you
Okay.
tonight as part of public comment.
All right, thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who wanted to make public comment tonight? Okay. So first up is presentation of possible school calendars for next year. Do you have, which whichever one you'd like to start with.
I can start with, well, there are three here for your consideration. We won't vote on these tonight. And I'll display them, I'll probably only display two of them. There's one that we're required to create, which has the starting day of the calendar for both staff and for students after the first day of September, or after Labor Day. It's a calendar that's problematic. I guess I'll show it, I'm sorry.
I think I have
Just
to
to give
show
you a
it.
demonstration of what it is, and I'm showing it for the recording.
Oh, the other one, okay.
So we'll both show it.
Perfect.
But I can just orient you a little bit to how these are laid out. The colors matter. So any of the days that are either, I'll go to the bottom of it to just say the colors are, for example, when there's no school, it's in a light blue color. If it's a special day of some sort, like the first day of school, it's in red. The purple ones are often early release, which means we let out half days. Sometimes those are just secondary or just elementary. But this puts us with, we're compelled by the state to create a 185-day calendar, which allows for 5 snow days. But we also have to finish our year before June 30th. So this calendar puts us after that date. So it would require some other adjustments if we were to adopt a start date this late in the year. I think the other thing to note, by virtue of 2024 being a leap year, all the holidays skip forward 2 days instead of 1. So things like Christmas Day, New Year's Day, those that are on fixed dates move 2 days, and so they're on Wednesdays. So while this year's break in the mid-year was probably as short as it possibly can be, next year's will probably be as long as possibly can be. And so one of the considerations, and you can kind of see it here, and it'll come up on the other two calendars, in the January timeframe. So the first is on a Wednesday, which will be a day we don't have school. The second and third are Thursday and Friday. Then the Monday following is Three Kings Day, which we generally take off because a number of people observe it as a religious holiday, and so we tend to have difficulty staffing the building, and we have low student attendance, so it doesn't become a very productive school day. There are other days like that throughout the calendar, but there's we've talked about whether the second, third should be days that are included in the winter break or not. So as we look at the other calendars, just keep an eye for that and how it impacts the schedule. But the difficulty with this calendar at present is just that it gets the final day, last day with 5 snow days, is July 1st, which is a day too late. So we'd have to have some other modification of this schedule to make it fit within the fiscal year. And if we had more than 5 snow days, then we'd have to make more additional changes to the calendar as we went through the year in that circumstance.
Okay.
Do you want questions?
Why don't I
while
show the
you're-
other two, and then we'll sort of save them up, okay? If that's all right. So I'm going to switch to, so we have a pre-Labor Day start with an earlier start and a longer mid-year break. And let me share that now that I've got it open. And so what you'll see on this calendar is that we have the first day of school being, I believe it's the 26th of August. Is that correct? Yeah, first day of school is the 26th of August. And so that's a much earlier start. And then in January, you'll notice the second and third are also included in the days off during the break. So from the 23rd through the 3rd, actually through the 6th, would be part of the winter break. So it's a pretty long break. And this gets us to an end of year, last day being June 25th. If we need all 5 snow days, it'd be June 17th. If we don't need any snow days. And I'm trying to think if there's any other notable thing on this calendar relative to the other. Not really, other than the really fairly early start to the year. And I'll bring up the third version. Gotta open it first. this version has a start date of the 28th. It does not have the 2nd and 3rd of January as days off. And then the end of the year falls on June 25th or June 17th if we do not have snow days. So you end up with a similar ending date as the other calendar. It just starts later, and then we don't have the days in January that sort of are the trade-off there. So those are the sort of broad differences between the three that are presented. Currently, this has been given to the union for review by contract. The teachers' union reviews it if it is scheduled to start before Labor Day, and we're awaiting their feedback on this as well. So, questions?
Jennifer?
So, Doug, calendar 1 seems to not be feasible because of what you said about the school year can't extend into July. But I thought you said something like it was required. You were required to come up with calendar 1. Is that because it's a post Labor Day draft?
Again,
Gotcha.
because they have to have an alternative to
Gotcha.
starting before or after the Labor Day.
Okay, great. And then my second comment or piece of feedback is calendar 3 seems most similar to the current school year. So I feel like that gives a little bit of preference to schedule 3 because it's similar to what we're used to for this year. I think schedule 2 is my personal favorite because of the very long winter break. That being said, I would like to get feedback from the APEA and from the community, like especially in terms of families that would need extra childcare, like if most working parents are going to go back to work or have to work right after January 1st, but their kids are still out of school for another 3 days after that. Like, what is that going to do for families? Like, I would like to get input from the community about that.
Tillman?
I want to note that UMass's semester starts on September 3rd and Amherst College starts on September 5th, just in case we want to align anything there. I also want to note that if you move anything to the last week of August, that basically makes no camps available for students because usually they are aligned by weeks. So, basically it doesn't matter when you start then, if you start on Monday or on Wednesday. So once you have any day in there, it's kind of, there's not much you can do. And so in that case, I do think that the longer winter break would provide some benefits.
Sarah?
So are we not voting tonight because we haven't heard from the union? Is that what we're waiting for, or is this like a hearing,
Yes,
a
and
calendar hearing?
It's a little bit of both. So yes,
Okay.
we haven't gotten response yet from the union. A lot of membership to get an opinion from. So that's one piece. And I think also it's again sort of back to Jennifer's point is that this gives an opportunity for the community to kind of weigh in and give you guys some feedback before you have to take a vote. So it's not quite as formal as like budget hearings, but at the same time, it allows for people to kind of review this and provide comment and begin to think about what their personal calendars might look like over the summer and beyond.
Right. May I follow up?
Sure.
Yeah. So I have the same concern about the long break. Not every parent can be off for as long as this children would be out of school. And it also pushes the end of the school year so late, and we just know that everybody wants to be done earlier in June. So I think it's really hard to go that late in June. On the other hand, maybe there won't be any snow days. So.
Deb, did you have a?
Yeah, my experience just with that one time of teaching in January is it's so chopped up anyway with snow days and holidays that to take an additional couple days out of the calendar might really have an impact in terms of teaching.
Did you have a follow-up, Jennifer?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that between options 2 and 3, the last day of school is the same. The option 2 with the longer break doesn't push the last day of school any later.
Thank you.
Any final comments? Excellent. So we'll wait to hear back from the union and then bring it back for a final vote. Excellent. Okay. All right. So we have our initial FY25 budget presentation.
Thank you. I think I'll just give you a little small introduction before I turn it over to Ms. Bernaccia to take you through the slide deck. The one thing I will say, the sort of fuller budget book, for those in Amherst that have gotten theirs, but the region one, we're about this close to having it done, so we've just got to get it compiled is really the thing. We'll have it to you the next day or so. If any of you want a hard copy, a physical copy of that budget books, I know some of you do. I'll presume these same folks that wanted the Amherst one want the region one. But if you want a copy, just send me a note, and I'll make sure to get copies made. It's not a problem, and I've got lots of lightly used or gently used binders I can spare. So we'll get that to you. And so I think the other couple of notes I'll make is just, the governor's budget comes out tomorrow. That will influence some of what we're going to see tonight, hopefully in a positive way. And we'll be making corrections and changes and updates to this over the coming weeks as we know more and as we go through our process of getting to a budget that can be ready for approval. First with you'll have a budget hearing in late February, and then subsequently with a final budget approval in March in preparation for town meetings. And so with that, I think I'll turn it to Shannon. So Shannon, there's what's being displayed in the room and what's going to be on the recording of the meeting. So just let us know when you're ready to change slides, and
Okay.
we'll make those changes.
Okay, so I just want to say to start, if we could have any questions that you might have, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot, that we wait until the end. I'll go through the majority, and then once it comes to capital, Doug will take that over, and then after that, Doug and I will field all of the questions. So we can jump right into the first slide. So we have an 8.3% increase overall from FY24. And there has been inflation across the board within all of our categories. On this slide has some of our most notable changes. Starting with special education needs are still remaining high after the pandemic. In FY24, we saw a 14% increase in special education services, and that percent increase is set by OSC. And this year for FY25, we're now seeing a 4.6% increase. So last year we had a big one, and it's a little bit smaller this year, but it's still carrying high. We are for special education. There is. Oh, is somebody saying something? Oh, okay, maybe just some background I picked up. So the Federal Resource Relief Funds is something that is coming out. I attended one webinar for that, and we're hoping that some of those funds that we receive that from this high increase that we had to pay, it will reimburse us. I don't know what that amount's going to be. I think we're going to know in March some final numbers on that, which will help alleviate this increase. We are tapering down on our ESSER funds. So those funds have to be spent by September 30th, 2024. So everything we carry over into FY25 will be from July to September that we have to spend, which will help support our budget, but we'll get to that later. The level services payroll line is up 9.9%. This accounts for the increase in contracts that we received at the end of the previous fiscal year, and all of the COLAs, etc. Risk and benefits are increasing by 7.8%. Our health insurance is projected to go up by 12%. It's important to know that our employees are also going to see an increase to that out of their pocket based on what the insurance is. we should know by February 1st what the actual rate is. And hopefully it's lower, which I'm really hopeful for that it's going to be lower. So our projection is at 12%. If it's less, then we'll have some savings there. And our school liability insurance is potentially increasing to 15 and to 20%. And that's across all sectors, not just related to school districts, just insurance as a whole has increased. Our other programs are vocational charter and school choice tuitions. They're holding steady. And we did conservative projections that you'll see on another slide. And our trash removal is up. As you guys know about the with the truck that they're no longer using and etc. I know that was discussed previously, so I won't go into too more detail on that. So Doug, you could go to the next slide. So on this slide, you can see some of the increases that I spoke about and see what it was FY24 versus FY25 and what the increase or decrease was on those lines. The food services, you'll notice, has a big drop, and that's because we're supporting that with our revolving fund. We had built up the balance in that, so we're using those funds to bring that balance down some and support the food service budget in that way, since we were able to do so. Using 850,000 in school choice revenue. Majority of that is in salaries. 150,000 of that is in special education and contracted services line. We do have the insurance up at the 12% on here, and Hampshire County Retirement up 3.2%. So our total budget for FY25 is projected at 36,496,441, which is 8.3 increase from FY24. So you can go to the next slide, Doug. On here is a different breakdown where you can see what our appropriation is funding and then what our revolving funds are. So some of the revolving funds, as I mentioned, school choice is that 700,000 next to regular education, and the other 150,000 of the 850 total is under special education in that 1,052,000 support. That's for contracted services. The rest of that 1 million in special education is circuit breaker mainly, and the school choice for 150. The grants that we have on here are some of our typical grants that we receive every year, like AEF, IDEA is 250 for special education from Amherst, and then Title I or Title II and IV, and a little bit of Amherst College funds is for, the grant portion. At the bottom where the additions and reductions are, that 500,000 is where the ESSER funds are put. We have it in a control fund at the bottom, so it's not lumped in with everything else, and that's supporting the FY25 budget. I will say we are hoping if we go back to the reserve funds from the special education, depending on how much we get in FY24, it may allow us to carry over a little bit more of ESSER to support the FY25 budget. That's our hope, and we'll see what happens with that. Yep, we can go on to the next. So our revenue projections, there is a lot of uncertainty, but Doug mentioned the governor's budget comes out tomorrow, so we'll be able to really know some more numbers tomorrow. The tuition fees at $30 per student that we estimated. If that comes back at $60 per student, that's a little chunk of change that will help us out and reduce our cap. The regional transportation reimbursement has increased over the last 2 years. We don't anticipate a larger increase this year as it has in the past. we're projecting that really conservative, but the amount we get will be more than what we've had in the past because the cost is more, if that makes sense. And our other revenues that we have, we are holding steady and some slight increases. So on this, I want to start in the first blue column where it says FY25 level services and operating budget 36,496,441. That's the FY25 projected budget, and then we're going to skip over the number below that and move down to Chapter 70, which is what we're projecting $30 more per student, but maybe we'll see more funds there. The transportation reimbursement we have at $950 that's a $150 increase. It's not because the reimbursement is more, but because the cost is higher, so we'll be receiving more funds. The Medicaid reimbursement, we're holding the same. Charter reimbursement will increase slightly. Interest revenue is the same, and E&D support we're keeping level as well. Then down at the bottom of the first blue column is given the guidance from the town of Amherst, they were doing a 3% increase across all of the departments. So we took their guidance of 3% and we held that there. And then based on that, on our current budget, we would have needed 11.4% from Pelham, 7.5% from Leverett, 1.7% from Shutesbury. That's not reasonable or fair. So we put guardrails so that Pelham, Leverett, Shutesbury won't go over the 4%. So if you shift down to the bottom of the second blue column, you can see where the 3% for Amherst is, and keeping Pelham and Leverett at 4%. What we did ask for them, and they did say that they would contribute. So that brings us back up to the top number on the second column, the negative 1.885 That is what our current deficit is. I know at the Four Towns meeting it was slightly higher. We did a small, it's about 40,000 less than what we saw at the Four Towns meeting. Small decrease, and we were able just to tighten up a few things, nothing major. And the hope that I have for here is, like I said, if we, depending on what the special education reimbursement is, we might be able to carry over some more ESSER funds into FY25 to help reduce this. Depending on what the insurance number comes back at, this will also help reduce the budget or the deficit that we have. And we should know that February 1st. And any other definite numbers should be coming in soon to see what really will need to happen. But that is where we are at currently, and it's going to be really difficult. And that's what I have to say about that. The next slide is the capital, and I will let Doug speak to this, and then we can field questions.
I'll just add a couple of quick things. So Shannon's talking about the Relief Reserve Fund. So just to paint that picture a little bit for you. So there was a supplemental budget passed by the legislature of about $75 million. They recognized after setting certain special education costs up 14 some odd percent, needless to say, a lot of districts were really going to struggle to meet that kind of increase. So the legislature had a supplementary budget that they put out to provide some extraordinary relief for districts. We're just getting information now on how that's going to mechanically work. What are the thresholds in that? And so what that does is it provides additional revenues for the current fiscal year that will receive some of them perhaps later this year or very early in 25, which will tie back to fiscal 24. But what that does is that allows, if we get those sources of funds, then we're able to not spend ESSER funds, and therefore those ESSER funds are available for fiscal 25. And so that's a sort of staggered process. The tricky thing at this point is knowing how to estimate that number, because it's the relief funds that the state granted are based on current year spending. And the problem is current year spending doesn't finish until June 30th, right? So we're gonna make some best guess as to what we think that's gonna be, and whether we qualify. There's certain, parameters on whether you can get those reimbursements and how much and that sort of thing. So, we're obviously gonna be figuring that out, in the short term. As Shannon mentioned also, governor's budget comes out tomorrow. There's been a mixed picture on revenue on the state level. The traditional tax revenues are behind projections. However, I call it the millionaire's tax because that's what they labeled it in the press, but it's got another name.
Fair share amendment.
Yes, thank you. The Fair Share Amendment. That's coming in well above projections. And so how that'll play out is kind of hard to know. The thing about the Fair Share Amendment is that there's really only two places they can spend money. One is on education, the second is on sort of infrastructure or transportation type things. So that may prove beneficial to us as a school district to be perhaps supported better than we might expect under the circumstances we're seeing with where the revenue collection is in the general tax revenues. So those are all things that are in flux. We'll get a sense of what the governor's thinking, what their projections look like, and start adjusting accordingly there. Just to give you a little bit of a sense, a percentage point difference in our health insurance is about $35,000. So if we, we're at 12% it's projected now, we've got some indication it might be a little less than that. So if it goes down a couple percentage points or 3 percentage points, that starts to be really helpful as far as getting, into that 1.88 number that we're looking at here. So shifting to capital, if you want to go to the next slide. This is the same set of capital projects that I proposed to you at the Four Towns meeting, so this hasn't changed. These are all projects we're going to try to keep pace with. I will say this, we may make a very slight adjustment to this. We might pull a project or two, partly because of just ability to get them done, urgency. And the reason for that is really when we look at our next slide, which is the sort of debt picture. And so the thing to keep in mind on this, and the assessments are along the bottom there, and the column you want to look at is the second column, so the 498,907. That number's not likely to change, or if it does, very, very minor change in that number. That's going to be the expectation from each of the four towns to sort of pay for the debt we've already incurred. So that's debt we have in hand right now. The 477 on the slide previous, we won't borrow that money until during the fiscal year, and so it won't be a cost to each of the four towns until fiscal 26. So there's a lagging timeline from projects on the previous one to where it shows up in here. But you'll notice the big jump up in fiscal 26 to 765,812 for a total debt support. That's too big a jump. Nobody can make that jump. There are some things we can do to that and will do to that as far as how long we spread out the debt. There's certain things, generally you can borrow money for the useful life of whatever it is you replace. Most of the time, the sort of general rule of thumb is to use just 5 years. Things like a roof, you can spread over 20. So there is some need to go through the different projects and seeing which ones we can spread out over a 10-year period perhaps. So some replacements of equipment can be spread over a 10-year versus a 5-year. In an initial sort of blush of getting this put together, I took the shortest time frame for most everything. But we'll need to readjust that so that we can actually make, sort of next year's number possible. So I'll have to look at the projects that we've already borrowed for and what's left on those borrowing. Can we spread that out a little bit? We'll look at the trajectory of the new projects that are there and whether those can be spread out. So there might be a slight alteration, a slight alteration in the project list, but it'll be very small because the urgency to do most of those projects is there. And this chart will get changed more in 26 and beyond, so that we're making sure that we're still hitting a number in the coming fiscal years that each of the four towns can continue to support. So there will be changes to this. It will not be so much in the fiscal 25 set of numbers, but really more in the subsequent years that we want to make sure we're not increasing too quickly. What's the other thing? So the other thing I'll say about how this assessment worked, this assessment is very specifically defined in our regional agreement. It's based on equalized property values, or EQV. And we basically, we get an EQV value for each of the 4 towns, and we total those up, and your percentage of the, you know, that EQV is your percentage. And we use the EQV when the authorization is done, and we keep track of that over time. So if, you know, if the authorization for the debt is in, you know, March of 2024, we use the numbers we have available in March of 2024. There'll be new EQV, they come out every other year. There'll be new ones that come out in probably late May. We won't apply those until next year. So every 2 years, those change a little bit. So if you were to look at how we calculate all this, it involves EQ ratings that go back multiple years because, you know, for example, the borrowing that we're gonna do for the small amount of repair work we did on the roof of the middle school, the EQV, the portioning of those costs go back to, I think it was March of 2019 when we authorized that, which is, you know, which is a little bit different. It doesn't change wildly, but it does change some versus what it is now. So those are some quirky things as far as just trying to align with what our regional agreement says. And so that's the picture here on debt. We're trying to sort of stay steady with continue to do projects in a regular way to keep the buildings, you know, functioning and operating well, and also manage the cost to each of the 4 communities.
One thing, since you mentioned assessment, I didn't say on the chart with the 2 blue columns, is that assessment is using the 5-year rolling average of the minimum contribution and 5-year enrollment average, just to add that.
And the 4% guardrails that we also have agreed to. So this will be the 3rd year of using that same model, which is nice.
Tillman.
I have a question about that 2 blue column slide, and this is roughly what you presented at the 4 towns meeting, and that was extensively discussed in Leverett by both the select board and the finance committee. And it's a little confusing to call this a level services budget when we didn't have to cut 1.7 million or 1.8. And so the question would be, why don't we take the true level services and then calculate the percentages and then apply the guardrails? It seems that Amherst has the opportunity to say that they want 3%, and therefore everything gets lowered by 1.8 million, rather than doing a level services budget, seeing how bad it is, 8% roughly, you know, applying the guardrails, which means it will go to 4% for Amherst, 4% for Leverett, and 4% for Pelham, and then figure out how much how much we have to take off. And that is kind of the main message that Leverett wants me to communicate, because the whole point of the statutory method is that we can, you know, we all use the same process. And if Leverett had decided to take 3% as their top, and you would listen to them, then basically we could only increase by, you know, maybe 1/3 of what it currently is, and that would be really bad for everyone. So I don't think it's right that a town can say that they want a lower percentage and then impact the services that are provided for everyone.
No, I understand that, and I know that when we put together the idea of the guardrails, and that was one of the concerns that Amherst expressed, is like, if you apply 4% to us, you know, in any given year, I can't remember a time that Amherst had 4% on their budgets, and so they've applied 4%, and when they give guidance, it's to all of their departments, right? And I don't disagree with your point of view. I'm just saying that's, you know, it's where they're coming from.
Yeah, but it's exactly the same thing in Leverett, and percent is proportional to the total pot in the town. I don't think that an argument that the absolute number is larger is valid here.
No. I'm not necessarily arguing their point of view. I'm just saying that's the explanation. But I hear your point, and we can certainly run that number. But I can also and I think, you know, the Amherst members can go back to the town of Amherst and talk about that. We can you know, determine what that number is fairly quickly. I could share that out with you guys.
177,000 more for the budget.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and less cuts.
Are there more questions?
I think I had the same question as Tillman, and can I just clarify that I am understanding this correctly? So we have a total budget of 36,495,000, for level services. You then say Amherst is only able to put in 3%, but their share would have been 1,756,000 more if they had. So what I'm trying to figure out is, you do the assessment is this much, and it has to be split by these different towns. When do you take the pot and distribute it among Pelham, Leverett, and Shutesbury? Is it before or after you say Amherst is only contributing 3%? Because you should split the pot according to the formula, then apply the guardrails, and then figure out what the problem is. It doesn't make any sense to say Amherst is only going to put in 3%, so now the pot grows for the other 3 towns, and then their pot is apportioned by the formula, and then they put the guardrails on. Am I misunderstanding?
Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're not growing the pot, they just, the cuts are carefully chosen so that everybody gets cut sufficiently that Amherst only pays 3%. And the argument from Leverett is that we should not make any cuts until everybody has maxed out their guardrail, and then figure out how much we have to cut.
Right. Another way to approach it would be to say, well, if Amherst is saying 3%, then the guardrail should be 3%. That'd be another way to approach it, right?
Yeah, but that's not what our agreement says, right? The agreement says 4%, and so we've worked hard to get to this agreement, so
Right.
it seems wrong to not apply the agreement.
To everybody.
Yeah,
Are you saying the
Sarah?
guardrail has 4% for Amherst?
for everyone.
For everyone.
Oh, okay. So, some guardrails.
But Amherst is refusing
Yeah,
to
I
meet the
see.
guardrail.
Would you like to see it in real time?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see if this sheet works the way I generally want it to. So let me stop sharing the slide deck and start sharing. So let's, oh,
I can't,
you
sorry.
you can't do this, right? So
I can, do you want the coordinate?
So
we don't have to look at that.
Yes, let's switch it. Let's see if I can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna switch it.
Let's see if it behaves itself or it does something funky. Come on. Yes. All right. So if you want to see sort of, and again, level services is about, sort of what we have in the moment and as far as staffing, but we're including things that we know or as best can tell, so steps and colas for staff. So it's no change in FTE, but it is accounting for contract negotiations, known things about our expenses, et cetera, et cetera. So if we start and we make this number 0, that's what the increases would have to be for each of the communities to meet that, given what we have for resources. So I changed the essentially adjustments to 0, and that makes everybody at outrageous numbers that no one can possibly get to. So if we wanted to go 4%, we would have.
Can I make one additional comment?
Mm-hmm.
In that case, you see that the guardrails over here would be 4% for everyone.
Right.
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 So can I ask you a question? Does that AQ column automatically do that, or is the funded budget a number that you put in there?
Say that one more time. the
So
question?
in the guardrails column, right, when
AQ,
when the statutory budget has 0 for the adjustments, right?
Right.
Does that automatically change? So that number is a math number to make the 4% work.
The ones.
and now
this
it's
one?
lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That
it
just-
goes
okay.
this way.
Right.
So why don't you put minus 1.62?
zeros in there? I don't think I do.
We'll see.
I think it's one more. Nope.
Nope.
16. That would be that's one too many zeros. All right, sorry.
All right, we're getting close. 3.9, so. 5, 8.
Trial and error.
And trust me, this is some of what we do, right? To do that.
Yeah.
Going in the wrong
You
direction.
have to make
I'm sorry.
it the wrong direction.
Yeah.
1, 5, 8.
Ooh.
Oh, magic number. Good mathing.
Now it's 176.
So then it's, the difference is $100,000 here, but this difference for Amherst of 710, that impact on their budget is again,
4%.
yeah, it's 4%. But what I'm saying is how it impacts the rest of their budget in the same way it affects you guys. No, I'm not saying it's not a
It would
fair
affect
argument.
all the towns, right?
Right.
And it's 170,000.
Yeah.
Not 100,000.
Right, right.
In terms of what we wouldn't have to cut.
Right.
And quite honestly, a 4% increase for Shutesbury is actually worse than a 4% increase for Amherst because the school is all of their budget. And so you know, the amount of increase on the rest of the town's budget is negligible when it comes to the amount of the increase of the school budget. And so the school budget is essentially the town budget. And so
Right.
if the school budget is going up 4%, the whole town budget is going up by 4%.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, in any given year, the raw increase in dollars available at, a town like Pelham is from one year to the next, the Prop 2.5 increase is maybe in totality $100,000. I think it's less than that. I could have to ask. I mean, so it's similar in Leverage. There's no doubt. Absolutely.
But I
So
don't
yeah,
under-
so that's
Yeah.
the difficulty we have is that, and the statement of fact. I mean, the difficulty we have is that and part of why we have, suggested even guardrails was just to try to limit that. Here's the thing I would say: if we used a pure statutory method, which is what the state it defaults to if you don't have some alternative method. I mean, Shrewsbury's in good shape because of where they sit. The combination of things is such that there's this, it's just trending in a direction it's favorable. But if you use the pure statutory method, it's dependent upon a single year's minimum local contributions relative to the other four towns. That can cause some really significant changes. So you can have a circumstance. So we try, by virtue of averaging, to kind of mitigate that some, and we still get pretty significant increases. So that's just informational. I'm not arguing of one way or the other. But that difference of 170,000, which would be, for part of that difference is picked up by Shutesbury because they're 2.5% instead of 1.37 or whatever the other one was. I forget where it was now. Let's take a quick peek, but
It was 1.37.
yeah. Yeah, so their increase is not quite double what it would be. But it's still, 2.5% is what Prop 2.5 does, so it's keeping pace with what you're probably able to see in a year over year for your revenue. So the lion's share would be, of that 170 would be by Amherst, obviously.
Jennifer?
So, Doug, thank you for all that info, and thank you for doing that live. That's a very impressive spreadsheet. What I'm hearing from you is that I hear that you're putting yourself in the town of Amherst's shoes and explaining to us what the town of Amherst's position and what you think the town would say. What I want to ask you to do is put yourself in our shoes and, like, if we, hypothetically, if we as a regional school committee wanted to ask, request, demand this extra 170,000 from the town of Amherst, what would we need to do?
So I think those of you that are on the budget coordinating group have gotten an invitation to a meeting. I think, I have not read the email because I think I got CC'd on it. So the two representatives that are on the budget coordinating group can bring that message to the budget coordinating group, because what it's going to require to meet this number will be other departments in the town at a lower percentage. So it's going to have an impact. If they apply it evenly, that means the.
Sorry, so you're telling me what the town of Amherst would do, and I'm just, I don't think that's, I'm not asking, all right, go ahead. Tim,
What I'm saying
finish.
is this, is that if Amherst is going to meet this number at the regional level, it's going to have to be, it has a process where the library schools and the town sit together and have a conversation about how to slice the pie differently if you want to slice the pie differently. So right now, the regional school has its chunk, the elementary schools have their chunk, public utilities, not public utilities, DPW, public safety, library, they all have their piece of that pie. If we're going to make this change at 4% when 3 was their recommendation, then the remainder of the pie is smaller, and so then there's a coordinating group to have that conversation about how do we then divvy up the other to meet the dollars that are available, I guess.
And sorry, just to follow up, because I get mixed up a little bit, is the BCG has members from the Amherst School Committee or the Regional School Committee?
They're Amherst School Committee, but they need to represent both the Amherst schools and the regional schools in a conversation, because they're making the case for both of those budgets. So they're talking about two chunks of the budget that add to probably almost between 50 and 60% of the total Amherst budget.
Okay, and who are the BCG members?
Me,
All right, Bridget and Irv.
right. Questions here. Doug,
Go ahead, Irv.
Doug, a big question for me is, does this budget represent the expenditure of all of the ESSER funds, or are there going to be ESSER funds to carry over to 26?
All the ESSER funds have to be spent by or committed by the end of September 2024, so in fiscal 25. So we have to spend it, and it does account for all that we have remaining.
So there's no more ESSER funds remaining after this budget?
Correct.
All right. So, now, in terms of us going to the BCG and arguing for additional funds when we've been given an appropriation number of 3%, we know what how that went last year, and I expect the same result. However, I think that it certainly should be argued that we should have more. Definitely, if you don't ask for something, you can't get anything. So we can ask for it, we can argue for it, we can go through our positions. But I do know that the other budgets in town are going to be just as hard pressed as we are.
Yeah, I think the other thing I'll share is one of the questions we ask at the Four Towns meeting, and this is part of why we'll have another one, in February, which I should probably get the date figured out, probably the 3rd or the 10th, just for your calendar checking. I'll need to reach out to folks really soon, is to check back in with, because there's two pieces to the puzzle. It's like, can you pay this? And the other one is like, do the results of this matter? And I think that's where, again, the Four Towns can have the conversation about that level of funding. So if 4%'s too high for Leverett, like you've looked at your budget, there's no way to meet that number. That's part of the conversation. And so the guidelines are I don't want to say self-inflicted, but they're defined by us. And so if in a given year that, Leverett's like, we can't do 4, we can only do 3, then we do the calculation with 3 and we see the impact. But likewise, if the level of change that we're talking about with this level of reduction from level services, is greater than anyone wants, then, that's a different conversation, right? And that's, and a necessary conversation about how we get where we need to be and can we come to some level of agreement. So that's part of why we have those 4 town meetings, is to have those honest conversations, because it is, there are certainly times when, there's an extraordinary expense or just the nature of the budget is what it is in any given town. It's like, we can't get to 4, right?
Tillman?
That's fine.
And then Bridget?
It's hard, Doug, to
Hold on,
argue
Irv?
those numbers
Irv?
when we have, especially when you
Irv?
haven't, yes,
It's Tillman's turn.
what?
The inflation is nearly, whatever, 8-9%, right? If we don't max out the 4% this year, we're gonna put ourselves at a disadvantage for many years to come until inflation drops below 4%, because it will be very hard to catch up. So I think we should encourage our colleagues who are on that committee to explain us to the best of their abilities that it is important that we go to the maximum increase.
I think it was Bridget and then Sarah, and then Irv.
So I guess the first thing is this, we'll know more next week, but right now these numbers are really dire. I mean, that's a significant amount of cuts. So I guess I have one question and then just one statement. And the question I have is that we have this agreement that says 4%. So who signed that for the town of Amherst?
No one.
It's not a formal agreement.
Okay.
The thing is also is that the assessment method has to be approved every year. And that's part of why we have 4 towns meetings, so that we are in agreement going into town meetings, because it's a much messier circumstance if we have a failure of our budget. So there's 2 parts to getting our budget approved. One is the approval of like the numbers, like we've seen tonight. The second is the assessment method. If we fail to do that, then we don't technically have a budget. If we don't have an assessment method and we don't have a budget number, then we don't have a budget. We go into a circumstance with the state called, where they essentially oppose a budget based on the statutory method, which is a pretty profound series of steps. It happens to districts, but it's best to avoid if we can.
I got it. Thank you. Thanks. So I would just ask you if you could, for the committee, to model out a model with less cuts, the 4%, but even above the 4% that we could take to Amherst and the 4 towns, just to see what that is, especially not just here, but in the budget book, so we can really spell out like what these cuts will mean on the ground for our towns. As we take it back. It may end up that we have to make almost $2 million in cuts, but I think that we need to let the towns be informed very early in the process of what that means and see some different models, including that imposed budget.
Sarah?
Because we might end up there.
So payroll has gone up astonishingly, but mostly just in the last 2 years, to more than $2.6 million over 2 years. Why is that?
So the percentage increase from 24 to 25, part of that is because when we did the 24 budget.
That's why I'm saying 2 years. I'm
Right.
looking back 2 years.
Right.
Yeah.
It's negotiated contracts mostly.
Okay. Can I ask a question about the debt schedule? So the projected debt, is a track and field project in there yet of some kind, or?
Yes, so we've got authorization to borrow $1.5 million. That starts showing in, sure, ask the tough questions. I can't remember, I think, I'll be able to tell by looking at this.
Do you want me to pull
Well,
it up? Well, I could look.
Yes, or, yes is fine, that I
Yeah,
just
it's in
wondering
there,
if it, okay.
it's either 26 or 27, but
Okay.
I think it's 27.
And this assessment to the towns for the debt, this is separate from the assessment for the operating budget, yes?
Correct.
So these numbers do not enter at all into the earlier spreadsheets. Thank you.
They do not.
Irv, did you have a?
Yeah, yes, you know, this is always the case as we go at this point in the budget process and the budget cycle. The 4 towns have to look at the budget, establish some kind of assessment, which hasn't been done. We, and Amherst, the region, comes back, the Amherst comes in and says, hey, we're going to limit you to 3%. And then we see what the gaps are going to be with that 3% and what that means for all of the towns if we go with that. And so where we are at this point in time is that we really, and I know everyone on the BCG is going to be saying the same thing. Hey, where are we before we start talking about what assessments are going to be or increase in the amount of the appropriation to the schools? Let's find out where we are first with some of these other things. And then let's talk about whether there could be an increase of the 3%.
Jennifer?
I have a few questions. First, I just want to second Bridget's request to look at the different scenarios that she described. On Shannon's first page, she mentioned school liability insurance, property and casualty potentially increasing 15 to 20%. Can you tell me roughly the ballpark dollar amount for property and casualty insurance?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Shannon, do you have that at hand at all?
I don't. I might be able to look, which might take a minute. So if you want to come back.
Okay, well, while you're looking, Mike, the reason I'm asking is, I'm going to try to keep this high level and hypothetical. I'm aware that when our district is sued, an attorney is appointed to defend the district. The attorney is appointed by the insurance company. And so my question is, do our casualty insurance premiums go up if we use it a lot? Like insurance companies do that, right? Like you have a lot of claims and they're going to raise your premiums. Is that one of the reasons that our insurance premiums are going up?
So I had a conversation with our insurance company just the other day. Because they're asking questions like, well, you know, what is your, in particular related to professional liability, which is one segment of our property and casualty liability insurance, et cetera. So that's one piece. Do I expect it to go up pretty significantly? Yeah, because we've made claims. Anytime you use your insurance for its purposes, you typically have some level of increase in that. But the other forms of insurance that we have, like this, you know, the property insurance on this building, the property insurance on vehicles that we have, the property insurance we have on the middle school building, those are seeing, you know, 9 and 10% increases the last several years. So we're trying to catch up our estimates with actuals on those a little bit. So it's not just, I mean, it is a factor. You know, I had a conversation with them, what are the steps you're taking to mitigate your liability risk? Do I expect that one to go up? Yeah, that's one that hasn't been as negatively affected in the last couple of years as you know, some other ones, but the ones that, you know, after health insurance, you know, the other property insurances on like the building and its contents are the next biggest ones. And there's a twofold piece. One is, you know, you have to adjust your estimation of the value of the building. That's got to increase. And then on top of that, then the premiums based on that go up as well. So both pieces. So the value of your asset has to be stepped up, and the value, and then the cost of the insurance to insure that asset have gone up. So it's a twofold part.
I was just seeing if Shannon had found them.
So for school liability insurance in FY24, we had Budgeted 112,000 for school liability insurance in FY '25. We have 150,000, so it's a 38,000 difference for that specific line.
And does that include like all types of insurance, or is that a specific type of insurance? Well, liability, but you've got school liability, property, and casualty. Does that include property and casualty? Okay.
I think so.
And can I ask, Doug, when you were asked what steps are you taking to mitigate the risk, not for the buildings, but specifically for professional liability, what did you answer?
So, so things that we talked about, you know, all the way back in August about, you know, the training of staff in particular to responses to the investigations, the ongoing efforts in regard to that, and I'm drawing a complete blank. Sorry, it's getting a little late. So the training, the review of policy, the realignment with existing policy.
Is it like the Corey checks and fingerprints?
Yeah, I mean, that's they didn't ask about that. That's not really the factor so much there. It's more about sort of training and refinement of policy. So as we go through and you know, back to the earlier conversation about, you know, subcommittee on the reports, the kinds of things we do with our overall policies are also going to be helpful to that. But demonstrating that we're taking action relative to what we found out from those investigative reports is what they were looking for. We've taken those steps, you know, not employing people that have caused us to have claims is another piece of the puzzle. You know, if you take action, then that's, you know, for the insurer, they're like, oh, okay, well, you've mitigated risk. If the, you know, so those are all pieces of action steps that we can do.
Okay. Any other final questions?
I really hate to bring this up, but as another expense that is not in the budget, the middle school roof is really causing problems. And my understanding is it's becoming a health hazard. There's mold issues. There are people who attended, I think it was a concert, and the fumes in the room were so strong that some people were sick when they were leaving. I think that the longer we put off repairing the disastrous leaks in the roof that are causing buckets collecting water, pouring water, and other problems that cause mold and other things, the longer we put it off, the more likely we are to face litigation regarding illnesses caused by the disrepair or even a piece of roof falling on someone. I know we keep pushing it down the line because we're hoping for some grant funding to show up, but it's getting to the point where we just can't do that anymore. And so I don't know if we need to apply for special emergency funds from Amherst to just add it to their budget, but there has to be some kind of a building remediation because we can't have somebody get hit with a falling piece of ceiling, and we can't have somebody get sick from breathing in some kind of thing that's emitting from the mold that's gathering because of the moisture.
No, I mean,
it's going to make our liability even worse.
I understand that to remediate the problem, you know, the replacement of that roof in its entirety, which is what we're looking for, is on the order of, you know, we've got an authorization for $3 million. To do the full roof is going to be more than that now. That was actually not the entirety of the roof. It's about a $5 million project. If we decide to do that, we're going to have to get an authorization to borrow that money, which means that's going to be a much bigger set of numbers in that sheet, which means they're not going to be available for the operating budget. So you can basically trade which column you're going to put it in because it's going to be a year-over-year cost for a 20-year period. And no, I'm just laying out sort of what the argument is.
No, I understand the financial.
And the state has been, you know, again, this is why, you know, I personally voted for the fair share amendment because funding. I mean, there are, we have buildings that are That building was built in 1969. There are parts of this building that were built in 57, 64, and 96, I think. And we are like a very large number of communities throughout the Commonwealth. I think that folks in Amherst might say, why should we pony up the full amount? I think that they would be saying, in much the earlier arguments, like, hey, all 4 towns need to dig into reserves for that if they need to. Yeah, it's a conversation. You know, again, we did some repair work this year. The circumstance particularly was, you know, when it snows for 4 inches and then rains 2 inches on top of the snow, it doesn't matter what roof you've got, it's gonna really struggle. Unless you've got a brand new roof, it's really gonna struggle. That said, I don't want to diminish the impact and the you know the efforts our maintenance department's trying to do to make those spaces, you know, functional and safe for everyone, and try to identify, because, you know, the thing that happens, one thing that happens with roofs is that where they leak today and where they leak tomorrow are not always the same. When you're at this stage with the roof, you know, wish the MSBA hadn't, you know, continued to sort of kick the can on everybody's roof. But it's a really, really tricky problem, and it's also one where, you know, there are, you know, other options are things. You know, this building's going to need a roof before terribly long. I mean, the newest section of this is 30 years old. Now the roof's not quite there, but you have to start exploring other options of which buildings do we change, which buildings switch, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I think there's a whole host of options that we have to look at in trying to resolve that.
All right, like 2 more comments and then move on to.
I've had my hand up for some
Yep,
time.
Irv?
The problem, and Doug, I think you were getting at this, is that the buildings are old buildings and they're not getting any younger. The issues that are there do not go away as the years pile on. The deterioration continues to happen. And the sad thing is that the towns, I say towns, all of our towns, do not have the funding available to take care of this issue. However, if we keep going down this road and something calamitous happens with one of those roofs, then we're in a situation where we're in a crisis, and then we have to deal with it. And I think all of the towns need to come to the table and talk about, do we wish to put ourselves in a crisis situation where we have to act rather than doing this in a plan for manner? And certainly, this has to be done in a plan for manner. We somewhere along the line, money has to be found to start taking care of this deferred maintenance on the roofs, all of them. And this is not something that we can keep kicking the can down the road. It's a clear and present danger.
Okay, Jennifer, last comment?
I have a question about the capital budget page. So you've got the various rows and columns, of course. You've got projected 21 to 24 debt, projected fiscal 25 debt, and then projected 26 to 32 debt. What are in those categories, specifically the 26 to 32 debt? Like, those are big, numbers get really big. So can you briefly explain what's in those lines?
Yeah, there's a whole host of things. So there's I think I'm displaying this properly. So there's, you know, we laid a capital plan for the buildings. We, you know, so a roof for this building, doors and windows for this building. The debt for the roof at the middle school building is in there. That's part of that.
That's not in the projected MS roof debt line?
Yeah, no, that one is, but I'm sorry, I was speaking as the totality of the sheet, sorry. But yeah, if you look at those others, it's investment in HVAC, which will be a fairly major investment in all of these buildings, and part and parcel of that is a shift to non-fossil fuel sources of heating and cooling for the buildings, and air handling for the buildings. But there's a roof in the projection for this building. There's doors and windows for this building. What let's see what else is in there that I can think of off the top of my head.
Like what's making that last one so big, the 26 to 32? It jumps from 400,000 up to 1.1 and beyond.
Yeah, that's mostly, you start to pick up pretty significant, I mean, a project to do HVAC in like a building like this, even if we stage it over a couple of years period of time, is $500,000. A roof's $10 million. And so then you take 1/20th of $10 million and that makes a plus interest. So the other piece that's in there is what are we expecting on interest rates for the future as well, which they've gone up as well, so we bumped that up. So it's large ticket items and interest as well. That's also both higher. Yeah, so 20. Right. Yeah, the bump up from 413, you're talking about 413 goes to 825, goes to 1.1. Yeah, it's picking up some projects, particularly around HVAC in that couple of year period of time where we invest heavily in the air handlers and heating and cooling systems in this building particularly, and some in the middle school as well. So both of those are in that mix.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break because lots of us have been sitting here for 3 almost hours, and then come back at 8:30 to pick up the track and field.
Mics are hot. The mics are live. No, I won't want to sit back down if I do. Resisted my temptation to go on a thing about property tax versus income tax, but oh, you know what? Actually, I have something in my coat. I have a thing here.
It's structural and
probably want to do, if you're not on BYOD, you probably want to go on public access. I just sent you a text, by the way. Oh, yeah, signal in here is horrible.
So I couldn't be at the earlier meeting, but it was announced too late and I had something else.
Can we get it back from you? Probably for the best, yeah.
Is it the case that we won't see another iteration of the budget until whatever, either for, like if you expect information this week?
Taking into account, it's for this budget, there'll probably be some small level of adjustments we're making before town's meeting.
Battery plug in there? I don't.
Quite all the way to where we'll be
so
on the
good. It
27th when
looks
this group gets
snazzy.
together again and has a hearing about it.
Oh, it's just,
Right.
it's just the.
But I'll probably, given what today's date is and the fact that
I did that last night. I
the
was like,
10th is probably the
touch the
Saturday
iPad
we'll
and
do
charging
before
it
town's
for the
meeting.
meeting. Because the budget
For
stuff
the third,
shows up really nice on there.
we can have a way.
But you can change
It's
it,
gonna run up
yeah.
right. But the 10th is probably, and because the next weekend is
I thought I charged it.
the vacation week. We don't have a meeting then.
We did, and then I.
But we might have some
Yeah, no.
beginnings of what it's going to require to start to close the
I didn't
gap.
know when, if there was going to be another forecast, but it'll be soon, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still have to work for work tomorrow. No way. End of the day, somebody wrote there like, please, for the meeting tomorrow, read all this and bring 3 objects that represent your various identities.
That's great. Yeah.
The older you get.
Thanks. At least the meeting starts at 10, so. But, no, but obviously by the end of the night, I will. There isn't any kind of identity. Yeah, I think I'll do like an intellectual one. I'll bring a book. I'll bring like something Irish. And I don't know, I think I'm gonna bring, I have a pin for my grandma of dancing. And I love dancing, so yes.
What kind of dance?
Ooh, my grandma used to travel the world dancing, all sorts of dance, but she taught me a lot of like Spanish dance and that type of stuff. So I love salsa and merengue and all those types of dances. So. But anything, I'll dance to anything. There's music. I'll move.
Back in session. All right. So, let's see.
When did those?
Which one is it? So 24, 23, 24.
Yeah, it's the bottom of those 3. Do you want to share it?
No. Okay. So, back to our motions from the track that were on the table last time, and several committee members emailed requesting information on language and how best to word things. So there are several choices in this memo, and they have all been blessed by bond counsel, question mark? Yes. So,
There's only one for rescinding, I think. Just so you know.
yeah, Bridget?
Sorry, which one are we looking at?
That's what I wanted to make say something about, which is Anna was the one who had the motion on the table when you last were like leaving the meeting, so I'm wondering if she has a preference for one of these motions? If that might be the good place to start? Is that how, maybe I don't have it exactly right?
I think the motion on the table was actually Gabriella.
Oh, okay. Oh,
But,
all right. Oh, all right.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I
No.
did just want to say I'm happy to go through that document and just briefly explain it if you
Oh.
wanted me to.
Yes. I want you to do that, please. Thank you.
So the original motion from when this was first voted on, I put first. So that's pretty simple. The second one was in the memo from January 9th, and that was originally sent to me by Anna. And the additions to that, or reduction to that, was to remove specifying the surface, or if this is if you were to rescind the debt authorization and then put a new one forth. So this one changes the surface by not specifying it, and it also adds should verify and attest in there's, it's hard for me to see exactly where it is on there, but that language was changed. And then the only other thing on this part was there was a statement that the bond council said that was no longer needed due to a change in general laws, and it was any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less than any such premium applied to the payment of the cost. It goes on, but it's one sentence and it's in the original motion. And that statement was removed because he said it was no longer needed. So those are the changes in the second one that was presented for the last meeting. The third motion is I received an email from Jennifer asking if we needed to have the March 1st date or if that could be changed, and if we also needed to have a specific dollar amount. It was 2.2 million. And the information from the Bonds Council was that we can change the date to something more reasonable, which I highlighted so that that could be inputted. And then the second change was removing the 2.2 million and saying sufficient funding instead. So that incorporates it includes the should verify and attest, and it takes out specifying the specific surface. And that's the third one. And includes Jennifer's request.
Anna?
Did you ask if you needed a date at all?
I will, let me just pull up, just give me 1 second.
And then
You can't leave it open-ended because you can't borrow without a fixed decision about the second half, because it's an either-or kind of borrowing. So I think you do need a date of some sort.
yeah, so my other question that I sent was, because we have already confirmed that we have received adequate funding or sufficient funds, like apparently that was already determined back in January, that we had raised the 2.2 million or whatever. Do we still need that language in the debt authorization to say if, or can we just say I authorize debt to be spent on option moving the track and making it bigger, blah 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 blah. Like, do you need to say if to just resurface the track, but if enough money has been raised, then we can spend it on the bigger project? Or can you just say, because enough money has been raised, we don't need to say that, so we can just say the 1.5 million can be spent on the bigger project? Is that, sorry.
So
I just want to, like, do we have
Yeah.
to have this like 2-paragraph long, or this like half a page long motion, or do you need?
So I think that
Can you make it shorter?
the thing is, this: if you were just to do essentially the second half, and it's, you know, it'd be a bit modified here, but not a lot. I mean, it would just take out this sort of description of the first part is really all it would do. What that binds you to, though, is the larger project. And if there's not, I think the concern I would have is if there's never enough funding for that. And the idea of having the first part is that if you
Can at least resurface the track.
you can at least get the track redone. It's actually more than just resurfacing, but yeah.
Tillman?
Yeah, and we don't know what sufficient actually means because we haven't gotten an estimate for any option yet. So I concur with
Yep.
that.
With what? Sorry, taking out a date?
No, with leaving
the initial- The first
with,
half.
with having basically two levels of project in the motion, where if you cannot get to the platinum solution, you still have the funds to use for the
tin solution.
I was going to say the gold solution. Okay, fine.
Sarah?
But I thought the concern is, I don't feel like we know what any of the options cost,
Right,
other than
exactly.
just resurfacing the track without reorienting.
We don't even know what that will cost.
Well, but we probably have enough money for that. Okay, so I don't know why motion 2 is even going to solve the problem. I mean, I think, I understand the concern, but I feel like we don't know what target we're trying to shoot at. And I do have another concern about motion 2, about the verifying that sufficient funding, because I was on the Community Preservation Act Committee in Amherst when the region applied for the track funding, and then the town council is the one that actually approves the grant. That is specifically for option 3. Specifically for option 3.
Point of order, I don't know which it is, point of order maybe, just or point of fact is that language is option 2 or option 3 that was passed through the Amherst Town Council.
No, they did their own grant from free cash, and that one is option 2 or 3. But the CPA funds are option 3,
Okay. Thank you.
which is $800,000.
Jennifer, did you have your hand up?
Yes, so Doug, approximately when do we expect to get the output from the vendor, which will provide us with cost estimates? You've been saying I don't know, 6 months, 9 months for what, like from today, when would we expect to get that information?
I'm not ignoring you by looking at my
Sure,
phone.
sure.
What I'm doing is pulling up my calendar because I have a meeting, which I want to say,
While Doug looks for that, just really quick, I did not ask if we did not need to include a date, but pending however this meeting turns out, I'm happy to ask it.
yeah. So,
Thank you, Shannon.
meeting with the designers on Thursday at 3 o'clock. And I will pose that specific question about what their time horizon looks like. The designers we selected didn't lay out a sort of map of time. But I also think that, initial work that they do is not dependent on our choices, but the design work, to fully design multiple projects is much more expensive than designing one project. And if we spend money on design, because we haven't selected which one, that's less money available for the actual project. So that's a trade-off we have to make, and that's part of, because it's total cost of the project. So that's a piece of the puzzle to be thinking about as far as how open-ended. We have it such that they can design it either way, but to ask them to design sort of both is going to be more expensive than having them just decide one. So that's and that's where, say, picking a date to say, all right, if we have this much money or a sufficient level of funding by March 1st, then we give clear direction to the designer. It's this one that we want you to fully design because we know what our funding level is at that point. If we leave it open and ask them to fully design both, then that's a much more expensive, or it's a somewhat more expensive. I shouldn't say it's much more expensive. I don't know for sure. And I can ask that question on Thursday as well. Is that if we ask you to sort of fully take these out to full, I mean, it wouldn't be construction documents because I think that's the sort of final stage and a much more intensive amount of work. But I can ask those questions of the designers. You know, I will say this, when the council was contemplating additional funding from free cash, town staff had reached out to Weston Sampson to get a bit of an update on, given what had happened in the marketplace. Now, granted, that's a year ago now, maybe, probably. The total project cost, kind of regardless, 5 million, 6 million kind of range, depending on sort of surfaces and other choices. Obviously, there's, value engineering, as they like to call it, but, sort of shaving of choices that can make that less than that. But it's bigger than where it was 2 years ago when we had 4.7 or 4 point whatever it was. So, but I mean, I can certainly pose a few questions to our designers to get a sort of a sense of that. What's involved for them in projecting price for different projects versus a full design. So the full design takes you all the way to construction documents and you're ready to bid. And we are going to get to that place with these folks, but there are places before that they may be able to make sufficient levels of estimates that we can make decisions about do we not have enough funding. I can pose that question about what's that and how does that impact their work and what the design costs are up to that point.
Can I ask a question about them? So some of the work that they're going to do does not matter what a surface of the field is, right?
Yeah,
Like there's
regardless of even whether we move the track or not, there's some things they're going to do relative to the space, the
Right.
entirety of the space that they're going to look into, and they can start that right away, and they'll get that underway and going, and they're going to literally dig test pits and run cameras through culverts and all sorts of other questions that they're going to start working on, because that's going to impact choices regardless of what's next. So that'll start. As I said, one of the proposals had about a 9-month, from start to kind of almost ready to bid process. I believe it was about a 9-month. I didn't look at it that closely, and it's been a while since I've looked. That may or may not be the time horizon for this group. I'll pose that question. Because that could influence your choice of whether you need, a deadline date or not to decide about sufficient funding.
Can you find out how long that period is going to take them? It doesn't matter what project we're picking, period? It's all of that kind of background work. Just to give ourselves like some chunks of time that we can know about.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think Irv, do you still have a question?
Yes, I mean, from my point of view, we look at this thing and say, well, we don't have a number. We don't have a number, and when the design is on its own, it only indicates a possible number, because that then has to go in through a whole other process. So if we say, hey, well, we'll make this until March 1st. What are we going to know on March 1st that we don't know now? What if we made May 1st? What are we going to know May 1st that we don't know now? What we do know, and this is concrete, is that number is not going to decrease. It is going to increase. When the design is done, when there are bid documents and the bid goes out, etc. The question is for us to determine and ask ourselves, is there going to be sufficient amount of money to do this project? Even at the lowest possible cost, or of option 2 or 3. Is there sufficient amount of money available as of now, not in terms of the future, but as of now. And the question is, and the answer to the question is no, we don't have enough money available.
Okay, Anna, I think I had you. Did you?
So I think it was mostly what you were asking, but Doug, are we sure that, so I would request that that SLR does provide us with cost estimates, and we realize that they're just estimates, for the different design options prior to actually doing the designs, so that we can be better informed in directing them on which design route to take. Because clearly we don't want them to design option 3 if we know we can't afford it. We don't want to design option 1 if we know we can afford option 2. So it would be very, very helpful to have at least some number estimate from them as early as possible, so that we don't waste their time and our time creating designs that aren't going to work. But then also, have a better sense of how much money we're really going to need, so that we can set our expectations more appropriately. Because just trying to guess is not doing anybody favors, and it's getting a lot of people upset. And we need something that we can actually talk about that's factual and not just theoretical.
Deb?
So I'm new to this discussion on this side. And so if we could do, I know this is a long discussion, but a little bit of information on the timing of this, why this is being done now. I know it has to do with when towns vote for things. That was my first question. And the second was, I also don't know how this vote fits in with the track and field subcommittee. I'm not sure I know what the charter is for that, and that would help me.
Yep.
So let's talk about debt authorization generally, because the regional school committee authorizes debt. We're then compelled to notify the towns. They have we have to notify them within a certain period of time, which is, I believe, 7 days. They have 60 days to take action about it. They all have a single vote of rejection if they choose to. They have to do that within 60 days. In Amherst, that's the town council. In the other 3 communities, they have to call a town meeting. So town meeting can reject. If they don't take any action, the authorization goes through, so it's a pocket approval if you take no action. So we typically, as part of our budgeting process, because we know all the towns are going to have town meeting in the spring, they definitely will have a town meeting in the spring, we coordinate our debt authorization with that schedule, so that if they choose to put it on their warrant, they can. They often don't. Some do, some don't. Amherst always did when it had town meeting, but other towns don't. It's their choice. It's their select board's choice. We do notify them of that. So at this point, and again, you as a school committee can vote a debt authorization August 15th, September 15th, March 15th. It doesn't matter. The clock starts. But it's a political process, and so if you guys do that, and it's something that a town may want to take action on and maybe vote down, and a single no cancels it, it's a unanimous. Like I say, it's a single vote to knock it down if they choose to. But it does put those towns in a bind to call a special town meeting, which is a tricky thing. I mean, it's not impossible to do, but it's not free, and so there's part of why we've coordinated it in general around this is to fit with the cycle of the regular things that we know they're going to do anyway. They have to have a Springtown meeting. As far as the conversations we've had here, it's much more about essentially altering the language, not actually the amount. And so then it's really about what it allows for the project to be. So the current language that's authorized and available is for the reorientation with an artificial surface. And so the borrowing, we can't borrow for a natural surface, given the way the language is currently. Right. So even if we change nothing but that part, you can keep all the other, factors of it the same, or again, you can set a date or set an amount or say sufficient funding, or there's, there are other permutations that have been discussed about how we do the authorization itself. But I think one of the primary questions that started this conversation was, is there a way to open the project up to different surfaces? And then of course it begs questions because the deadlines on the original one are a year ago, and so we need to change some of those things.
So just follow up. So the last possible date that we could get on to the town spring meeting would be what date?
So it varies a little bit in each town. We typically vote, our budget's in, sort of mid-ish March. I think we're gonna probably, the 19th is gonna cut it close, because I think, it's a 45-day lead on some it's less. So it depends on the charter in each of the towns, but, so the earliest town meeting's the last Saturday in April.
Okay.
So if you start there and you count back basically to
60.
45 days, you're basically kind of mid-March.
Okay, but
That way
there's
they can put it on their warrant without a special, sort of.
I thought there was a 60 and a 7 in there. 40, there's, it's 45.
They have 60 days to put it to a vote.
Oh,
They need to give 45 days
7,
notice.
so when you do the authorization, on the front end, we have to, so anytime you vote, you've got to notify the town, so you've officially like, hey, by the way, we just committed you to paying this debt. So there's a 7-day that we have to, convey that information to them. They have 60 days to take action, which is to say, call a town meeting.
Okay.
So that's one piece, and again, separately from that, when we think about sort of when is annual town meeting and when do we vote things for the purpose of making sure to be on the warrants for town meeting, that's why we vote our operating budgets in March.
Right.
Because then there's enough time for it to be on the warrant. So it's less than 60 days at that point, because for just creating a warrant for a town meeting is not a 60-day period, it's a much shorter period than that.
Okay. Thank you.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think it would be very helpful to know what we have sufficient funding for, if anything, to see a list of the funds that we have secured and any limitations, like this could be used for any option, or this can only be used for options 2 or 3, or this is just option 3, because I don't believe it's all fungible. I don't think it's a pot that we can just use any way we want. So I don't want us to be surprised if we think we can put all of, X amount of money towards some project and then find out we can't.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just confirming what you said, sorry.
No, thanks. I think, I agree with Sarah. I think it's really important to get the hard numbers and know what the situation is. I do know that, that there's good information out there and available about what was passed when and what the different timelines are. And I even sent one to Doug to share with you before the last couple weeks meeting. But what I really wanted to say was, I think this concern that the other towns aren't going to just like pocket approve it is sort of slim, because we went for CPA funds to 2 of the towns and they said, no, but we could do it if you had a grass surface. And then the 3rd town, we withdrew the application from under the same concern of consideration. So that's $240,000 right there that we can't get because of the without a grass surface. So that's sort of a loss financially there. And then their town's Board of Health and their town selectmen have come to us and said that they're interested in not having the turf. So if anything, it seems much more likely, especially if in the future we're looking for more funds or anything like that, but even without that piece, that we're going to do better with our neighboring towns if we can leave all the options open and be sure we've got the designs and such for all.
Just one quick thing. So I think as the debt authorization, we're not changing the total dollar amount, so I don't think that's a contentious piece for the communities, so I would agree with you there.
Okay.
I think the the general thing I was saying about debt authorizations is more what I would want you to sort of consider as like, in general, when we're authorizing debt, we try to sort of partner with the communities so that we're cycling into their normal cycle. But that's, again, I think I want to keep that as a distinct conversation or point of information relative to this particular.
So just really quick follow-up, would the ideal date then be like an early March date that we voted and then they did, or a mid-March date to make this vote, or is the best and most ideal date now?
It's entirely up to you, I think.
But in terms of the caveat that you're trying to put forward about being sure we're on the calendar with the 4 towns.
Yeah, if one of the towns would want to take it up, then the best would, we'll have our budget meeting on the 19th of March. Doing it then gives them an opportunity to put it in their Springtown meeting if they choose to. Again, there wasn't controversy relative to this before. The cycles for CPA funding, I will just say, have passed for this year, so it'd be a year later. I don't know, whether we want to wait another. We may be there for construction, but we can't bid without having resources in hand.
Jennifer and then Tillman.
Okay, I have several things to say in response to what people have said, so I'm going to ask for a little flexibility because I have also, you and I have more background on this project. First, I think Deb asked about the subcommittee, and my understanding for the subcommittee that was voted on last year and then populated this year was that the subcommittee was supposed to get community input and get about which option ultimately or to discuss the options of artificial turf versus grass. That's my understanding of the subcommittee. And people have been talking about option 2 and option 3, and I just want to make sure I understand and everyone understands and the public understands what we mean when we say those two things. Option 2 is reorienting the track and making the necessary changes with a natural grass field, and option 3 is doing all that with an synthetic turf field. Is that everyone's understanding?
A field in the interior of the track.
Yes,
only.
inside.
That's the only, yeah.
Yeah, so 2 is the
There's
two.
only ever one turf field maximum.
Yes, the two options 2 and 3 are identical. 2 has natural grass inside the track, and 3 has artificial turf inside the track. Is my understanding that correctly? So, first regarding CPA, so there's something that I want to clarify, and that I didn't understand at first. First of all, by the CPA's own rules, CPA funds can't be used to purchase synthetic turf. CPA funds can be used for a project that includes artificial turf, but those specific dollars can't be used to purchase artificial turf. So I thought, Sarah, you said that the $800,000 from the Amherst CPA had to be used on the artificial turf project, but in fact, those funds can't be used to purchase artificial turf. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. So, and then the other towns have, at least one of the other towns denied funding to the project if it included artificial turf at all. Even though their funds could be used on the project to pay for other things, they still denied based on the fact that there was artificial turf present. Okay, next, I feel like, Anna said this, and I just wanted to clarify that, Doug, I feel like we're gonna need cost estimates for 2 and 3. Not designs for both, but I feel like we're gonna need cost estimates for both so that we can decide which one we want to do and which one or ones we have funding for. So I feel like that's, okay, great. And then the issue about town meetings, backing up. The motion that we're discussing is not about prohibiting artificial turf. The motion that we're discussing is opening up options so that it could be either artificial turf or grass. So it doesn't restrict the project. It opens up options for the project. And so there's no reason to think that the towns would deny that or that the towns would need to take that to town meeting. And Doug has even just said that because the amount isn't changing, he doesn't feel like it's that should be a concern of ours. And as for which buckets of funding are tied to specific elements, I believe the 1.5 million borrowing is the only pot that is right now specifically tied to artificial turf. And possibly also some hurricanes funding, but that's a relatively small amount. I think every other bucket of money is not tied to a specific material.
Tillman and then Sarah.
So we discussed the debt authorization in Leverett about reissuing it with different wording, and the select board indicated that they would likely do what you call the pocket approval, and they would welcome the language to be broader to consider both options.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think Jennifer's incorrect in thinking that only that borrowing is restricted. The CPA funds from Amherst were for option 3. We all know that no CPA money can be used on artificial turf. That's not the question. The free cash from the town of Amherst was for option 2 or 3. Now, maybe we need to ask the superintendent to go back, and pull all the language. That's what I believe is the case. And I know from my time on CPA that there's a limit to how long the town leaves that grant hanging out there. And it can't be used for other purposes. And at some point, they can say, if you're not going to do this project, we're taking it back. So I would not want to rescind the borrowing authorization that exists without knowing what's going to be left on the table when we increase the flexibility.
Deb?
So taking this memo, assuming we do vote to rescind, we then vote to reauthorize, and we get all the towns to say yes. Assuming that, where does that leave us? So if the subcommittee is designed to get community input, and we have a vendor that's pricing to pieces, and once we have the vendor, we have a relatively short order to make a choice, to execute one or the other. Where does that leave us? What information are we going to use to then make the decision? Because my understanding is back in 2019, when this process began, there was a much more extensive process, not just soliciting community input from members. So what part of that process, the Weston,
Weston and Sampson.
what part of that process are we extending, revisiting, adding on? I just don't see where we're going.
First comment on that? I can. Yep. So I think there's a, so when we engaged Weston and Sampson for a master plan for the downtown recreation, we, as a regional school district in partnership with the town of Amherst, looked at all of the sort of capacity, what fields and capacity they had within the town. This was phase 1 of a multi-phase proposal of altering plans. And again, Weston and Sampson laid out, either or with regard to surface materials for a reoriented track, partly because they know these are the kind of conversations that communities have, and there's different upfront costs versus long-term costs, and you're weighing your choices against what you get for those choices. So playable hours, et cetera, et cetera. So all those are factors in the conversation. So they didn't necessarily dictate a direction. And I think part of what we can ask SLR to do, just back to the question of surface material and having conversations, as we did an interview with both firms that had proposed to us, and what they said is that it's the community's choice about what surface they want to pick. We want them to make the decision based on up to date and and factual information, right? So they have no personal stake in one or the other, really. I mean, they've done both kinds, and they're fine with that. So as far as partnering with the subcommittee to talk about that choice, they're fine and happy to do and welcome to do that. They've done, you know, very large projects that are of each type. And I think that, you know, back to the, you know, the sort of question, we haven't had updated numbers on what the different projects might cost. So that's, you know, obviously a fairly early first step that they can do. And I think that's a pretty informative step, because I think it'll make a big difference as to what resources we have, and we can compile what resources we have, what constraints we have, as part and parcel of sort of where do we sit relative to what these different projects cost. Because it may be that reorienting isn't just financially anywhere we can get to in the time frame, you know, which is part of why we have a two-part motion to begin with, right? So I think it's really, you know, up to you guys about, you know, do you want to open the language about surface of the field, and you know, do you want or do you not want to sort of put the kinds of constraints as far as, you know, if you want to leave the language sufficient funding, I think that's fine. I think a date is, you know, date certain for that is pretty helpful, because it gives guidance both to the designers, it gives guidance to the fundraisers about when, you know, a pretty significant milestone is going to be necessary to make any one of these sort of options viable.
Right.
So that would be my recommendation to you guys.
Irv?
Yeah, Doug, I'm glad you said that, because I was trying to figure out where we are here. In terms, because I don't really know. I assume there are like 3 motions, and we have yet to decide on what motion we're going to vote on, or if we're going to vote on all 3 of them. And anyway, I am not sure. So I am going back to the chair to have the chair tell us where we are.
Tell us where we are in regards to what?
In terms of, are we going to be voting on these motions?
We are having discussions about the motions.
Yes, I do. I know that, but the discussions cannot be indeterminate. When are we going to end discussions? And when we do end discussions, are we going to have a vote?
I think right now people have asked for a lot more information, so I don't know where we're standing right now. Jennifer?
So I hear Deb asking like a high level, like what's happening. It's very complicated. The whole thing is very complicated. So I'm going to summarize my understanding of where we are. We have a project that almost everyone, I want to say everyone, agrees is sorely needed. The track needs to be repaired and resurfaced and reoriented. The field within it needs to be made usable. The project is expensive, and there are many different buckets of money that are going to be used to pay for it. There's Amherst CPA has committed funds, and then a big chunk of it is this $1.5 million in borrowing. That chunk of it, that $1.5 million, is currently tied specifically to a artificial turf surface inside the track. It can, that $1.5 million can only be used on an artificial turf project. So we couldn't decide to do grass and then use that $1.5 million. So what we're trying to do with these series of 3 motions, and by the way, there are, I think, 3 options for the 3 motions, so it's a little confusing. We're talking about the 3rd one, but it's the 3rd option of the 1st one. Anyway, what we're trying to do with these motions is remove the requirement that the $1.5 million be used on artificial turf. We're not saying no to artificial turf. We're saying it just doesn't have to be artificial turf. It opens up more options, because we already know from Weston and Sampson that a natural grass field, according to these estimates from back in 2019, is about $1 million less than an artificial turf field. They gave an estimate of $4.7 million for the artificial turf project and $3.7 million for a natural grass project. And again, those numbers are old because the estimates are old. So what we're trying to do is rescind that motion that ties the $1.5 million to artificial grass and then immediately move a new motion to allow that 1.5 million to be used on either playing surface. And then the third motion is just to notify the selectmen. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion based on, I think, what you're showing. Maybe you can scroll up because I'm going to do motion 1 first, but it is on page 3 of this document. Motion 1.
Is that the one you're looking for?
Yes. I move that the vote of the school committee of the Amherst Pelham Regional School District adopted on March 15th, 2022, and refined on January 12th, 2023, authorizing the borrowing of $1,500,000 to pay costs of relocating the Amherst Regional High School track to a north-south orientation with a synthetic turf playing field interior, relocating the field events area to adjoining field space, improving access to the facility, installing perimeter fencing and pathways to systems to provide ADA accessibility to the track facility, new field lighting and irrigation facilities, and to pay all other costs incidental and related thereto, is hereby rescinded and of no further force or effect, with the intention of replacing it with a new debt authorization vote.
Point of order. Is this now a revision of the tabled motion from December? Just so we're clear that the tabled motion gets swept away with this, or what's happening with that one?
I believe that is correct. That. Oh my
I mean,
gosh, there's too many motions.
so technically we tabled it only until January 9th, I believe, and then we never acted on it, so this may have all expired. I just want to make sure that we're not later discovering that we have to.
We have open motion.
Okay, that's all fine. I just want to make sure we know what we're doing.
Sorry, I have a little cheat sheets and trying to see if I have any good information on them.
I think it's fair to assume for the moment that we basically ignore the tabled motion and take this as the new one. Okay.
Second.
May I speak to the motion?
Discussion? Yep.
Yeah. So again, this motion has the wording built right in that we intend to replace it with a new debt authorization vote. So it feels weird to rescind the debt authorization, but we're going to replace it right away with that we will need to vote again on a new debt authorization. And again, this doesn't prevent any project from happening. It gives us more flexibility and it sets us up for success. So what we don't want is to be tied to artificial turf and then realize we don't have enough money, and then what would we do? So we're setting ourselves up for success now by opening up more options.
Irv?
All right, so, I mean, Jennifer, what you're suggesting sounds reasonable. However, what are the consequences of us rescinding this? Since it has already been voted upon and accepted, not only by us, but by others. So what does this mean? Where will this leave us?
Jennifer?
You know, so Irv, if we were to rescind and then be done, we would be in a tough spot. But that's not our intention. And part of the motion is to rescind and then replace it with a new debt authorization. So where it leaves us is, after this vote takes place, if it passes, I would immediately, or someone would immediately move motion 2, which replaces it with a new debt authorization.
Jennifer, does it require our new debt authorization? Does it have to be approved by anyone other than this committee?
Yep, go ahead.
Answer. So as we've been discussing, it would need to be sent to the 4 towns, and the towns could choose to give it pocket approval, as I think many people are comfortable that would happen, and in Amherst, the town council would have to vote on it. So that's part of each of our deliberations as we think about how we're going to vote.
All right, so my last comment. What that leaves us with is nothing.
Yes, until a new motion is approved. Yes, it leaves us
Even
with
when the
nothing.
new motion is approved, it leaves us with nothing because everyone has to go, we have to go back through the same process that we went before.
No.
So we still have to go back through the same process. Towns are going to have to vote on whatever we authorize.
Or not, well, but it's not.
Okay. William?
Oh.
do you have
I
any-
was just, oh,
whoever said that, let me, let's talk about that. It's going to be quick. Come on. It's not going to be quick. This is not a magic bullet.
William?
So I heard Doug speak a few minutes ago that reorientating the field may not even be possible if we don't have all the monies. So if that, like, so we rescind the vote today, we make a new motion, we put a new debt authorization on, and then we come up where we can't even reorientate the field. Do we have to do all this whole process again? Why not?
You still have the authorization in the first part that allows you to replace the track where it sits right now.
Oh, in the new one and the old one? Both of them? Okay, I apologize.
Tillman?
I just want to note that the second motion of plan sequence here needs to be approved with 2/3 majority, and the rescission. Thank you. Is only needs a majority. So we could theoretically be stuck depending. I mean, as in motion 1 passes, motion 2 doesn't pass. So we need to be aware of that.
Right. Sarah, did you?
That was exactly
That
what I
was
was
your-
going to say. We could end up with no borrowing authorization.
Okay.
I think
Deb?
Bridget won.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I saw that in November that Williamstown passed their track. They were originally looking at artificial turf, but to get the regular turf, just regular grass turf, it's $4.3 million, and they broke ground this November. So maybe ours, which will be out more, could be the same or more expensive than that. And we're fiscally a long way off. So I feel like that combined with what Superintendent Slaughter showed us of that debt across time, we're pretty clear we can't take on more debt. And given the timeline of the meetings coming up and needing to have this before this, I think that it's important that we do something sooner rather than later, because financially, I think it's just would be either irresponsible or frankly condemning us to the $1.5 million situation regardless if we can't afford the artificial turf. And that's without getting into like the strong opposition from the Board of Health in the 4 towns and all the different committees about this substance, which we haven't even taken up. Just for timing wise, I think now or at least early March is the latest that we could go to be on the timeline that we need to.
Sarah?
Deb.
Whoa, sorry. I wrote down Sarah, looked at Deb, said the wrong thing. Sorry, Deb.
So I'm going to vote against this motion. I'm not unwilling to consider it further down the line, but until I have a context, until I know what the dates are, what the dollars are, I mean, you're talking about total costs, and I get that, but the last I knew, Amherst, the town council was not willing to commit the money to the maintenance of this field, of a natural field, of a grass field. So there's a lot of pieces to this that have been weighed and considered, and now I feel like all of a sudden we're talking about one aspect, that there's a usage aspect of it that hasn't, it's not clear to me that those issues are going to be part of the discussion if we open up this project to 2 options. How, when, and what manner are those pieces going to be put together? So I'm, like I said, I'm not unwilling to consider opening up the discussion, but not based on the information I currently have.
Anna?
So the new debt authorization doesn't take any options off the table.
I understand that.
So you would prefer to wait on this and limit the choices to resurfacing the track in its current location or doing a turf field, or because we haven't made a room for option 2, pushing this down the line even further, probably not being able to access CPA funds because of the timing that would be occurring, that you then maybe have to apply for CPA fundings a year from this fall, then pushing the track project down the line to 2027 or 2028. So the problem right now that we're discussing is in the very real possibility that we do not have enough money to do option 3. What do we do? And how long do we wait before we make that decision? And so the longer we wait, we all have seen this, the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. And every month that we wait and every year that we wait, the expense increases. So what I think some of us are trying to do is create a situation where if we have to do something that we don't want to do, or if we have to do something that's something other than artificial turf, we don't have to go with only resurfacing the track. We want to be able to have other options that we don't have to wait 2 years to implement because we don't have the authorization to spend the money in that way. So we aren't saying, let's not do artificial turf right now. We're just saying like, well, if we don't have enough money, we want to be able to change directions without going through this whole process all over again at a much later date.
What I'm, may I?
Yep.
Ann?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if we're going to reverse a previous decision, I want to know that the mechanisms for which we're going to make the next decision. So the default would be to let the previous decision stand, and if we want to open up the option to reconsidering those two, what is that process, and how does maintenance fit into that? How does usage fit into that, as well as overall cost? That's all.
Jennifer?
I thought I heard Deb say that the town of Amherst has refused to provide maintenance for a grass field, and I don't think that's true. I don't think that has been said. I just wanted to put that out there. And I want to go back and address Irv's topic, which is that if motion 1 passes and if motion 2 passes, then my understanding of what then happens is Doug contacts the Amherst Town Council, the Leverett Select Board, the Pelham Select Board, and the Shutesbury Select Board, and says, we have this new debt authorization. What would you like to do? Or lets them know that we have it. The other towns we have much indication that the other towns would, we don't know, right? But we have much indication that the other towns would give it a pocket approval. Tillman has said that his town has indicated that they would, and that they would not need to call another town meeting. And Doug has even said that because we're not changing the amount, he doesn't think it's a whole big rigmarole, and it's not like we have to do the same thing all over again that we did last time. I feel pretty comfortable that this would not be a whole big process that we went through last time. So I will be voting in favor of motion 1.
Was your hand up, Sarah?
Yes. I mean, I've already said that I would not vote to rescind without having more information about constraints on the funds we think we have, because I don't want us to be shooting ourselves in the foot. But I also want to say, I watched the recording of the meeting. It was a special meeting of the regional school committee, I guess, with the town council from a year or 2 ago. And at that meeting, I think it was the chair, somebody from the school committee said that the business director, the athletic director, the facilities director, and probably the superintendent, I don't remember who the 4th person was, thought that option 2 was the worst option. That if we couldn't manage option 3, that we should revert to option 1, which is just resurfacing the track in place. Because the difference in price, just reorienting the track alone, was such a huge cost, excuse me, but without putting in an artificial field, there was going to be no improvement to the problem of overuse of the grass fields. I mean, the only reason for having a turf field is to give the remaining grass fields a break. And if that wasn't going to be accomplished, I guess at the time at least, that group of administrators thought there was no point even proceeding with option 2. So I want to just put that out there.
So I am also not in favor of voting for this motion. I will be voting no. We have asked for more information that will help us make a decision fairly quickly when we need to, and I think we should leave the debt authorization as it is. And when we've, there's been mentions of, other town committees and their feelings towards grass or turf, but we haven't taken that doesn't take into consideration any of our students that have come and said, pleaded for a turf field for students that they won't even be here. When they came to the town council last year, the year before, I can't remember, time is weird. There were seniors that came and they're not here anymore, and they were coming to, advocate for a turf field for students that they didn't know and that they would never play on. And if I think we need to remember that, those were kids and they came and presented themselves really eloquently and fantastically, and I think we need to listen to them. We're not taking into consideration, the work that's already been done to get us to where we can have a turf field. And as Sarah points out, a grass field doesn't solve enough problems. It doesn't do anything about the overusage of our fields, which is somewhere between 150 and 200% for each field. A turf field would greatly alleviate that issue. So I am not in favor of rescinding the debt.
I would like to call the question.
Jennifer?
Sarah mentioned the meeting with the town council last year, and I was at that meeting live, and I don't recall anyone saying that if we couldn't do option 3, we should choose option 1. I think it feels like everyone agrees that the track needs to be reoriented and the field inside it needs to be made bigger. The current field is too small for tournament use, and so I don't recall anyone saying that. So I would just ask that we treat that information as hearsay, since it's been reported
I watched the
from
video.
someone.
I watched it a couple weeks ago.
And we don't even know who we don't even know who said it, and I don't recall that at all. So what we're doing. So Sarah Beth, you made some points about students asking for artificial turf, and what we're doing with this motion doesn't take artificial turf off the table. It only sets us up for success so that this project can move forward.
Irv?
Yes, I note the time is 9:31, and I called a question on this so we can come to a vote.
Second.
Okay.
So we're voting on ending debate.
Yes. Irv?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
I'm going to abstain.
William?
No.
Sarah?
Feel we're going in circles at this point, so I'll say yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Tillman?
No.
Jennifer?
No.
And Sarah Bass, I will say no also. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3 in favor of ending discussion, 4 opposed to ending discussion, and 1 abstention, so we are still discussing.
Missing somebody?
I think I only had 8. I had 4-4.
I had 4-4.
It's a still a failure.
Sorry. It's late. Deb?
So I'd like to refine what I said about the town council meeting. So as I recall, and I have to say there's a lot of as I recalls, and it would be better to have like a report with information rather than that. As I recall, the town council had originally voted not to donate or from free cash $900,000 to the project. And then the superintendent and AD wrote a memo saying, spelling out the things that they would need the town to commit to for grass to be an option. And then based on that memo, they reopened the vote. There was some dissent about that. And then they voted to donate, or whatever you do with the money, give us the funds, authorize the $900,000 for either option. But when I said the town council refused the maintenance on that, you're right, they didn't, but they didn't take up the vote either. They did not vote, and I am pretty sure will not vote to authorize that kind of money to maintain the field. They will ask the towns for their contribution to that kind of maintenance. That's my understanding.
So I think like everyone else here, I was at that town council meeting. So, and I would say at the very first meeting, Amherst did reject the option with an artificial turf field. And they only came back in a subsequent meeting that Deb just described and made a compromise among the town council because there was so much opposition to the artificial turf in that meeting. And they made an option for option 2 or option 3. And when they added option 2, that's when the funds passed the council. So I want to say, yes, there were youth there, definitely, who were asking us to look out for their playing fields, right? But there were as many youth there who were also asking us to look out for the environment that evening as well. And then there were medical professionals there who were saying this is dangerous physically to youth because of the injuries, but also for the environment. I know we're not voting on that either way, but we have a subcommittee to take up all of those issues. And I feel like it's very important. There's legislation pending right now in the State House that's making these fields illegal and has liability attached. If our insurance costs are a lot now, what will they be in the future if we're responsible for any contamination of our water table or something like that? So, and finally, to the question of upkeep, there's special machinery that costs about a good amount of money to care for the artificial turf field. And then we've got to deal with the question that it's a change in labor conditions for the workers of the Amherst DPW, and it's going to have to go back to contracts because they haven't agreed to upkeep an artificial turf. And while I'm not suggesting that they say something one way or the other, I know that they may be thinking about that. And so do we have someone in the district who can take up that role of caring for the turf if Amherst doesn't take up the caring for the artificial turf surface? Anyway, with all this here, I still come back to the financial question. We've seen that we're in a huge financial situation with our long-term debt. We've seen that that the costs are escalating, $4.3 million for this option, but in grass in Williamstown. And I think if we don't put all the options on the table, we're just being irresponsible moving forward because the timing now is now. It's March to go to the other towns for CPA. The timing is now to get it in front of the 4 towns. This was supposed to, the original CPA design for Amherst, the design funds that they gave were supposed to be spent in fiscal 21 and 22. And here we are in 24. I really think we've got to keep everything open now.
Tillman, did you have your
Yeah, I think it's really important to signal that we're willing to consider all options because of the variety of concerns that were mentioned before, both fiscal and other. I'm concerned that all options will be very expensive, and for none of those we have sufficient fund, at which point we will have to ask for additional, probably debt authorization then. And the reason I'm torn is that it feels premature to ask for a variation now when, we know that 6 months down the line when we have actual numbers, we may ask for yet another one, and, we could have just done it then. So I'm balancing the desire to signal that we're considering everything with just the practicality of not overwhelming the town with that authorization after that authorization when we don't have the numbers.
Is there any more discussion?
Just really quickly to that last point, we're losing money though by not opening it up because we can ask for CPA funds in March 2024, and the CPA in 3 towns have said that they'd be willing to support in some way if we weren't only looking for the turf.
Irv?
Yes, the reason that I do not wish to send this back to the towns for reauthorization is that I consider the current physical environment that we're in. And I am afraid that it will not be reauthorized.
Deb, is your hand up?
Yeah. So there are 9 turf fields in the town, and there's no bylaw that prohibits those institutions, UMass, Amherst College, Hampshire College, from continuing to put them in. So I would like to ask the community why our field for our athletes has been singled out for this kind of scrutiny. The town is unwilling to pass or has not passed such a bylaw. It does test for PFAS in our groundwater and has found none right down near UMass. So it just seems like we say we're looking out for the best interest of the athletes and students, and I just don't see that being manifest in these discussions.
Sarah?
I don't see the point of debating the merits of any particular project now. We're just talking about borrowing authorizations. That's all. I mean, I understand all these issues. I also feel like I thought it said, look, there are non-PFAS options, so we don't have to be so worried about that. But I don't know what they cost, so I'm not sure that these concerns about which one is better are really needed right now. I've mentioned my concerns about the funding sources, and that's the information I'd like before I vote.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I agree with Sarah that this is turning into a turf versus graph debate, and turf versus graph, did I say that right? Debate, and it doesn't need to be because we're not deciding on a material right now. I just wanted to address Tillman's point that that we might have to ask the towns for more money. Like that would be a decision we'd have to make as a body, but the 1.5 million came from doing pre-sensing with the towns about how much they would be willing to contribute, and that's how we came up with that dollar amount. So maybe we would ask them for, maybe this body would decide to ask them for more. I think that would be an involved discussion. And then Bridget had a great point that there is low-hanging fruit. There is money on the table that could be requested and possibly granted if the project weren't specifically tied to artificial turf.
Any final comments? Deb?
Implicit in this motion is the decision to reopen the discussion. And so my question would then be, what are the mechanisms for that discussion and decision?
I would just say we have the subcommittee, and we should also invite SLS to a meeting so that we can have a discussion with them as well. And those would be the 2 of the steps, and then we'll have to make a determination before May, right? Is that the timeline? Or what's the timeline to We'll have to make a determination on next steps, working with the design firm. It's just 3 steps as far as I see it.
What is the charter of the subcommittee?
I don't think it's been officially decided on. Tillman?
So without a timeline, I'm not even sure what date to put into that second motion, because I don't know what to, yeah.
Jennifer?
I mean, we're talking about the first motion. I have an idea for the second motion, but I think we should focus on the first motion.
Right, in that case, I move to table the first motion until we have, well, period. Editorial, we need more information.
I will second that.
Okay. Table the first motion until we have more information, correct?
Well, just table it, I mean.
Okay. Do we have discussion for that? Okay, discussion about tabling our motion?
I believe we have to dispose of the motion that has been properly seconded and discussed before we then consider another motion.
No,
We're not-
I'm moving to table the motion under consideration.
Well, with all due respect, if we're moving to table that, then it would seem that we would have to deal with the motion at hand.
No, we are now discussing tabling the motion as Jennifer read it, however long ago that was. So is there discussion regarding tabling the motion? Deb and then Anna?
Well, you talked about staying on agenda. Is this the last agenda item?
Nope.
No. So yes, I think that's wise.
Did you have something else, Anna?
I was just gonna ask, what other information did you want?
So I would want to know what the timeline is for when you get input from the consultants, I forgot the SL something, on what the conditions are and what the potential prices are. I think there's a question about what the materials options actually are, and it seems we don't have that. I mean, it's just.
And I have also asked for information.
Yep.
But what I don't understand is why we need that information to create a new motion. Why do we need information on when they'll have costs? Because if it turns out that we're going to need more money than the 1.5 million, I think it's going to be very hard to get that from the other towns, and so we're going to have a really hard think about what we're actually going to be able to do. And B, we can always add a new motion. This one is not going to require a lot of heavy lifting from the towns, or it doesn't have to. So I wouldn't say we shouldn't do this now because we might have to ask them for more money later, and we should just ask them to both open up the options and ask them for more money later if we decide we need to get more money later. Because I think we should just get them more options, because we don't want to jeopardize the project.
Understood.
Yep, Tillman?
I agree, but the 2 yellow items on that second motion, which presumably we will get to at some point, depend on the schedule of the input from the consultants. And we don't even know the schedule yet because that meeting is happening on next Thursday.
Will you have your
Oh,
opinion?
no, sorry.
No? Okay. Any final comment before we vote on tabling the motion?
I just would
Bridget?
say that I think that you could fix the concern about the date by just putting it as a further date out, like the latest possible date. And that way we have time. The other thing that is coming to mind is that while I appreciate the dollar amounts that Tillman wants to know, I don't think SLS is going to give those to us by early March. And so considering that, we are going to lose a whole year of timeline with the neighboring towns by tabling this right now.
All right, Jennifer, and then we're moving to a vote.
So, Tillman, you mentioned the 2 yellow things, but it's actually just the date is unknown in this. The sufficient funding can stay. It doesn't have to have a dollar amount, according to what Shannon had said. So, and I agree with Bridget that we could just make it a date that we're all comfortable with.
All right.
Sarah Beth, I have my hand up.
Okay, last comment, Irv, and then we have to move on. We have more meetings to finish.
The question is, what is the motion that we're going to be voting on?
Tabling the motion.
Tabling what motion? Would you please
the
inform
motion-
us of what
The motion
we're gonna be tabling?
The motion to rescind.
The motion to rescind, so we're tabling that with an uncertain date, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Irv, how do you vote on tabling the motion?
No.
How do you vote on tabling the motion?
Yes.
Bridget?
Point of order, just a no vote means we'll continue to move forward on this motion. And a yes vote means
It is tabled.
that it's tabled. So no, thank you.
Okay. William?
No.
Sarah?
Yes.
Anna?
No.
Tillman?
Aye.
Jennifer?
No.
And Sarah Beth, yes. I will vote to table the motion, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Irv?
Uh,
5 to 4, not table.
Not tabled, yep. We are still discussing. Okay, so now I think we go back to the original motion
Motion 1.
and vote on that motion.
Yeah,
right?
it's still on the table.
Okay. Jennifer?
So regarding the date, I was I was focusing on one motion at a time, but if motion 1 passes, what I was going to suggest is something like May 31st, 2024 for the date. But also, like, I'm gonna, if motion 1 passes and I make motion 2, I'll put that date in, and then as part of the discussion, we can discuss if there's a date that what people would be more comfortable with, and then I would be open to a friendly amendment to changing the date. So I think we have a path forward if the concern is about the date.
Is there any more discussion? Yep.
I just want to make sure I heard, you said, you suggested putting in, for example, May 31st, 2024.
Yeah.
And in fact, for any date, if as of that date, if as of that date, we don't even know what the project cost is, there's no way we can verify and attest that we have sufficient funding, yes? So at that point, we've just eliminated, it looks to me like we've just eliminated options 2 and 3, and we're stuck just resurfacing it in place. Yeah?
William?
So I think Doug had given us a timeline a couple of meetings ago on what date we'd have to figure out what service we were going to use by. Do you recall what those dates kind of were? No? Okay.
Sorry.
But I guess it's safe to say it's probably at least 9 months from now?
Oh, one of the designers had a 9-month window to get all the way to like construction documents. So to make a choice about you know, some of that would probably be earlier than that, probably in
Okay.
the next 6 months.
Okay.
But that's a guess.
So if we dated it 6 months out, it should be a realistic goal to kind of have numbers by then.
It's not a realistic goal.
Will be a realistic.
Well, can I, I'm sorry.
Yep. You
Can I
follow?
ask the superintendent, am I reading this motion right? That if we put a date in, like May 31st, and we, we can't say we have sufficient funding, then we're stuck with option one?
That's correct.
That is, okay. So then no more discussion about, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Jennifer?
I mean, I would be open to making the date May 31st, 2025. And it doesn't mean we have to wait till then, but that gives us I'm losing my words, a lot of time to determine if the funding exists.
Is that a realistic motion?
Well,
To have
if
it
you wait
be-
quite that long, then, so let me put this in the mix. So, when you'd want to bid projects would be probably December, January, so that you might be able to do construction in the warm weather of that coming summer. So if we made it that far out, then we lose a construction season, would be one thing to keep in mind. Because, but obviously, if you took action before that date, you know, there's nothing prevents you from taking action before that date, but if we pick that far out, and we used that date of May of 2025, then you would have lost that summer of 25 as a construction season, but, you know. I guess.
Anna?
Can we just say, verify and test by the time costs are available, that sufficient funding has been received?
Wait, can you
Does
say
it
that
have to
again?
be a hard date, or can we say by the time costs are available?
Can I ask you a question about your
Yeah.
cost? Do you mean like a rough cost estimate or because you can't
Oh,
sign
right.
a contract if you do not have the money. So you can't sign a contract with the contractor that will contract with the contractor that will build the project if you do not already have the money.
I was going to say the cost estimate, but I don't know if we need to do it by construction costs, but that was my question. Can we just say, by the time cost estimates are available?
Yep, Doug?
The concern I'd have is that, as we well know, that those costs change over time, and so if you don't,
Well, January 23rd, 2023 was obviously not a good date when we first approved this. So we could also say the money has the costs have it has already been determined by the school committee that sufficient funds were raised, right? Because that date passed, that sailed. And it was determined at a previous meeting that we had raised sufficient funds at that time. So I don't even know why we still need to continue to carry the language if sufficient funds are available. Because somebody has determined that they were available by January of 2023. So can we just strike that language altogether and say the money be used for resurfacing the track or reorienting the track and doing all of these other things? Because do we even need to make it contingent upon attesting that we have sufficient funds, or can we just say we can use it? You can put language that says, because in January of 2023, the school committee determined that we have sufficient funding, therefore, we would like to borrow 1.5 million so that we can do resurfacing the track or
I think
other things.
I think we need to define which one, you know, because, so part of why we put the description of the project in there is that you have to tell the lenders what they're buying, what they're borrowing. with money they're loaning to you. So if you don't have some sort of mechanism to determine which one it is, then they're not sure what they're sort of assuming risk for.
They don't know this either. When we approved this, it was like, if by this date in the future we have enough money, then it can be used for this other thing.
No,
but if we don't, then it has to be used for this first thing.
No, I think in the other version, when they attested to the date and the funding, it switched the project
Yes.
from one to the other. So it
Yes, it says-
it excluded just the resurfacing where it sits. So that's I may have misspoke earlier. So
No.
I'm sorry, but you know, the project description changes by virtue of that two-part thing. So I think if
Right.
you attest to the second half, you've set the project to be that and not the other one. So it does, I'm sorry, I did
What it
misspeak
said
earlier,
is
but
may. Then the funding may instead be used for. That's what the language says.
Well, but it says instead.
May instead. It doesn't say shall, it says may. So, it just, and it also says, you know,
no, in the original motion that we have at the top of the memo, which you don't have there.
Shall
It
instead.
actually does say shall.
It defines
It says,
that.
by this vote shall be applied instead to pay the costs of, and so it does change the project by virtue of that. So I think that's a critical distinction there. So current authorization that we have and action of regional school committee has us committed to what's effectively, for simplistic, option 3, by virtue of their action. So and I think that's what bond counsel would say as well, is you've got to clearly have one or the other, because again, the people that are going to, sell, that you're going to give us the money, want to know what they're investing in, right? And that's part of why the descriptions are necessary. So I think that it is a shall situation, so it's one or the other when you make that determination.
Jennifer?
So Shannon had told us earlier that she didn't ask if the motion 2 can be made without a date. So I think it needs to have a date. But I think this is a solvable problem or a solvable issue. If May 31st is too soon, if May 31st, 2024 is too soon, May 31st, 2025 is too far off, and if December, January is when contracts go out, maybe November 30th, 2024, or October 30th, 2024, but a date by which we all feel comfortable that we will have received the cost estimates. And again, having it set at that date doesn't mean we have to wait till then. If they come in sooner, then we can take action sooner.
Sarah?
Doug, I think you were mentioning that we might want to put this, whatever this is, to bid next winter. Is that even, are we even likely to be that far along if we,
I think from a design standpoint, again, if you want to get to construction documents, which, these aren't as extensive as like building a building, so it's, they're not, they still take a while to be done, and they're very specific in what they put together, because then the contractors that do that kind of work are gonna, go through them for the purposes of understanding and making their bids on the project. So, you'll want to put it to bid. Usually the bid process is, we're doing a bid project for an Amherst school, and they're doing earthwork. And I think the bid has been open like 3 or 4 weeks, so the time frame for the bidding process is somewhere in the, like, let's say a month, right? And so you want to have that available and out for a month or so around December-ish of.
but to get to that point, we would have had to tell them which option.
Yes.
So there will have been, December is too late because,
Right.
it's later than it need to be. So if in fact we would have to tell them by September, so we must have cost estimates by then, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And sorry, just one I've been meaning to ask. If we rescind the existing, and there's some gap until a new authorization is in place, do we have funds to continue paying? Or are they not just gonna stop work until?
No, there are some funds that are available to us that we could utilize to pay. I mean, it'll be a while before SLR owes us, bills us for anything. So we've got some time.
Jennifer, and then Tillman.
If the question is, will we be ready to bid in the winter of '24? I certainly hope we are. I think, well, December '24.
This December.
Yeah, I know, time has no meaning. I certainly hope we are, and I think that's part of what I'm trying to do is set us up for success so that we can move this project forward in the most efficient and expedient way possible, and that includes opening all options.
Tillman?
Whatever we do, the worst thing we could do is rescind, so pass motion 1 and then not some version of motion 2, because then we basically release the funds without re-grabbing them immediately, and that would all go to the town. So I do hope that as a committee, when we move forward with both motions.
Sorry, releasing what funds do you think we might?
If we pass motion 1, we
Yeah.
release the so far committed funds from the towns. And the intent,
Yeah.
the intent was that we immediately pass a motion 2, which grabs the same funds with the same amount.
But that's my concern.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If we do 1 and not 2, I think that's worse than any other scenario.
Okay, Jennifer?
Sorry, just wanted to be clear. Tillman mentioned earlier, motion 1 requires a majority, which is 5. Motion 2 requires a 2/3 vote, which is 6.
Thank you. All right, are we ready to move to a vote? Okay. All right. So, we're now voting on the motion to rescind.
Too late for another question?
Nope, go ahead.
If this motion fails, can it be brought back in two? Okay.
Okay. Irv, how do you vote on the motion to rescind?
I vote not to rescind.
Not to rescind. Jennifer?
Yes.
Tillman?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Sarah?
No.
William?
Aye.
Bridget?
Aye.
Deb?
No.
And Sarah Bess, I vote no. So the motion passes 5-4-0, so the debt authorization has been rescinded. Jennifer?
I move that the district appropriate the amount of $1,500,000 to pay costs of resurfacing the existing track, relocating field event areas, improving access to the existing facility, installing perimeter fencing and pathways systems to provide ADA accessibility to the existing track, and for the payment of all other costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the chair of the school committee, is authorized to borrow said amount under Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 16D, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the district therefore. In the event that the committee should verify and attest by November 30th, 2024, that sufficient funding has been received through other sources, including but not limited to Community Preservation Act funds contributed by member towns of the district, American Rescue Plan Act funds, grants from the Commonwealth, or from any other sources that have been discussed publicly and approved by the Regional School Committee whatsoever, then the amount authorized to be borrowed by this vote may be applied instead to pay costs of some or all of the following: relocating the track to a north-south orientation, expanding the track to 8 lanes, constructing a new enlarged interior playing field, relocating the field events area to adjoining field space, improving access to the facility, installing perimeter fencing and pathway systems to provide ADA accessibility to the track facility, new field lighting and irrigation facilities, and for the payment of all other costs incidental and related thereto.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Anna?
As Tillman pointed out, now we really need to pass something.
All right. So this is and you said November 30th?
I did.
Okay.
2024.
Thank you. Irv?
I just want to remind everyone that once if we vote on this and we say yes, that this is not the final part. It has to go through the process of being approved by the other towns.
Okay. Tillman?
May I ask the interim superintendent to weigh in on the proposed date?
I think that's fine. I mean, I think that's, I would hope you might be able to decide a little sooner than that, but I think that that's okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, so we will move to a vote. Irv, how do you vote to authorize the debt with the date of November 30th, 2024?
Well, it's sort of like a quandary here, but I know if I vote no, we have nothing. We have right now, we don't have anything. And I'd rather have something rather than nothing. I'm not optimistic about where this is going to go, so I'll vote yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Tillman?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
William?
Aye.
Bridget?
Aye.
Deb?
Aye.
And Sarah Bass, aye. So the motion passes unanimously.
Oh, yeah, you do it, please. Sorry, I forgot about motion 3, yeah.
Tillman?
I move that within 48 hours from the date on which this vote is adopted now, the Secretary of be and hereby is instructed to notify the Board of Selectmen of Chairman, sorry.
Yes, we don't have a secretary, do we?
Okay, may I restart?
Yes.
I move that within 48 hours from now,
Oh, let me just clarify. Secretary, as it's referred to here, is not a position of a membership here. It's going to be her.
yeah,
In other words, there's a secretary that is
got it.
tasked with recording the votes for official things like this. Sorry, so secretary's the right term.
All right. I move that within 48 hours, the secretary, I don't understand the grammar here, be and hereby is instructed to notify the Board of Selectmen or town councils of each of the member towns of this district in writing as to the amount and general purposes of the debt herein authorized as required by Chapter 71, Section 16D of the general laws and by the district agreement. In addition, the committee shall cause the same information to be published within 10 days after such authorization as a paid notice in a newspaper circulating in the district.
Second.
All right. Discussion? Sarah?
Yeah. I don't understand this because it sounds like it's to tell them that we rescinded one debt authorization. But it's telling them of the amount that's authorized. It seems like we have to tell them two things. First, we rescinded the original borrowing authorization. And, oh, by the way, now we're notifying you of a new borrowing authorization.
If I may.
Yes, please.
So interestingly, when we rescind debt, we're not compelled to tell them, because they're off the hook, so it's not a worry for them, right? So
Well, but they would want to know if we're going to
They
tell
might,
them.
I mean, it depends, you know, it is not as prescripted in the law. Whereas when we do a debt authorization, like you just voted, then it is prescripted that we notify them, and part of this language is not explicitly necessary, but there are aspects of it that are distinct, like the notification of the paper is a pretty critical one. That's not, it's a pretty critical piece as far as when we actually go to the borrowing, we have to literally give them a copy of the newspaper where it was printed. So it's a pro forma sort of step, but it's a necessary one.
Thank you. Bridget?
I would just say, given that when people go back and talk to their towns, sometimes it's not completely clear what we've done or why we've done it, or that type of thing. Is it possible to include in this language or in the email that accompanies this language something that lets folks know that we've just made the small revision to change to also allow a natural grass surface, so that we can have that clear, and that people aren't confused or.
The official notice to the communities is literally the language that you just voted. So like when we send it to them, if you as members of, elected bodies in your towns want to also convey that to them to sort of paint the picture in normal language as opposed to legal language, then that's always encouraged.
All right, so now any more discussion? Okay, we will now vote on the motion to notify our towns. Jennifer?
Yes.
Tillman?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
William?
Aye.
Bridget?
Aye.
Deb?
Aye.
Irv?
Aye.
And Sarah Bass. The motion passes unanimously. Holy mackerel.
Can I say I do hope the member towns learn that we've rescinded, that we're not asking for another 1.5 million? Yeah.
Okay. Superintendent update.
Point of order.
Yep,
2.5 hours have long passed.
they have long passed. Anybody like to make a motion?
How much
Anna.
do we have left?
Superintendent update and future agending plan on.
Okay, I move to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
I second.
All right, is there any discussion? All right. Irv, how do you vote to extend our meeting by 15 minutes?
Yeah, 15 minutes, and when that ends, we should definitely end. I'll turn my computer on.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Tillman?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Deb?
You're killing me. Yes.
And Sarah Beth, yes. We have 15 minutes. Go.
I'll be sure to talk really slowly. I really only have one thing in superintendent's update. Todd Fruth, the music teacher here at the high school, has indicated that 6 students have qualified for the All-State Musical Festival, which will be in late March. So we've got 6 kids that are going to go. So that's really exciting news and a tremendous accomplishment for them and for the program generally. So that was the one thing I want to make sure to mention to you. And I'm certainly open to any questions you guys might want to ask, but I don't know how many you wanted to ask at 10 o'clock. But I'm happy to answer them.
No question.
Are there any questions for the superintendent? Jennifer?
Can you give brief updates on the middle school principal search, the status of the background checks, and the status of the APA finalized contract?
So the APA contracts have been sent to the union. The background checks for folks were down to so we've got fingerprinting and we've got quarries. I just looked at that number today. So the numbers are like 15 and 12 or something like that for each of them. But in the case of quarries, half of them are on leave, so they're not here to do it. So we've got 7 or 8 of those to do, and probably 10 or 12 fingerprinting. Fingerprinting is a little more involved because you gotta schedule an appointment, that sort of thing. So we're down to like the last few. What was the third question?
Middle school principal search? Just the status.
It's, the posting is up, and we're collecting resumes at this point. And fairly soon we'll be probably doing outreach as far as committees to review and go through that process, but not yet.
So the search committee hasn't been, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for our superintendent update? All right. Future agenda planning. Jennifer.
The bullying and harassment summary is one of those things that kept getting put off, so can we add that to a future agenda? Thank you.
Deb?
And can we seat the track and field subcommittee and revisit the charter? Charge.
There was another hand that happened. Anna?
I'd like to have a discussion about restorative justice at Amherst.
William?
I had asked for the school equity advisory committee to be on the agenda so we can look at the charge and look at the direction of that committee.
All right. If there are other things that come up in the meantime, feel free to reach out and email me. Jennifer?
I move we adjourn.
I will second that. Irv, how do you vote to adjourn?
I vote, let me think about it. No, yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Philman?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye, aye.
William?
Aye.
Bridget?
Yes, indeed.
Deb?
Hallelujah.
And Sarah Beth?